To another Monday Night Gaming. I'm your host Chris Sheriff. Joining me very shortly on the analysis desk and doing some commentary will be Calvin Wong. We've got a little bit of a relaxed format today. We've got Rich is back again with his Imperial A-holes. Wants to get a good running through with his A-hole. So we'll do the best we can. I'm going to throw something at him for game one, and then we should have Bill coming down to see what he brings for game two. Then Calvin might even get involved for a game three, and then depending on how quickly I lost my game, we might get a fourth game in tonight. We're not exactly sure. So that should be good fun. If you get drastically bored of Imperial A-holes, just let Rich know and we'll force him to play something else at some point. And yeah, he said he'll quite happily change to Palpatine, Vader and Fel. So, you know, what a guy. And other than that, we'll try and intersperse a little bit of Wave 9 talk. I'm still reading, apparently there's a fix for Defender coming out, so I'm looking forward to that eventually arriving. I think the boat went the wrong way, so we'll wait and see. Yeah, the Veterans, Imperial Veterans is about on the same amount of delay as Wave 8 was now. If you research the original release time that Wave 8 was supposed to hit, I'd guesstimate that Imperial Veterans should arrive around about the end of this month. They've got basically until the end of this week for it to turn from on the boat to shipping, and that should give us an indication if we're going to keep to the same schedule they managed with Wave 8. Obviously, we know why Wave 8 was delayed, because the Force Awakens core set and everything, all the Force Awakens stuff, pushed some of the painting back, so I'd expect Veterans to arrive at the end of June. Hi Calvin. He brought his stuff in so that he can play some games for you all later. Just discussing the delay on Veterans, and it's probably, if it sticks on the same timeline as Wave 8, that was roughly, it was supposed to come out just before Christmas and came out in February, I think it was, March.
Somewhere around there.
So
just in time to mess with Store Champs season.
Yeah. And then Veterans could hit any time between the end of June and middle of July is what I'd expect at the moment. I was hopeful it'd be here sooner, but
well, at this point, shipping delays are to be expected.
Yeah. We'll save some Wave 9 talk for now until Bill's here as well, and we'll tell Rich what he should think about it, because he's got no ideas what anything is about anything. So I'll throw it over to a game for you and then let you have some fun slagging me off again.
Have you discussed what you're flying, or is it just a surprise to everybody?
No, it should be a surprise to everybody.
Alright, so Ken Kirk, Lone Wolf, Iceheart, and Palpatine with Whisper set up for murdering. Against Imperial A-holes. Inquisitor version. Well, shouldn't this be fun? Alright, so this is all going to be on how well Richard is going to be able to cope with the Phantom, because none of his ships particularly likes being stressed. And he's going to have to react to Whisper regardless of what his bid is. So that is... This... So again, we're going to be seeing Richard continuing to learn to fly imp a-holes. I don't believe he's actually faced off with a Phantom yet. Let's see if Chris can actually beat him when both of them are trying. Well, for a given value of trying.
It doesn't matter. It's the first time I've won the roll back.
Alright, with all these large asteroids, the field is going to be pretty clogged. Alright, so Rich will have the initiative for this one. Not that it's going to matter over much with no overlapping pilot skill. Chris's list is interesting. Neither ship is something you want to be dealing with in the late game, because Kenkirk with an actual agility and Lone Wolf and Iceheart is surprisingly difficult to kill for something with zero agility base.
Once we're finished deploying the rocks.
An evade token plus a re-rolled green die. Madness, I'd say. Whisper, of course, well, dealing with a Phantom one-on-one that's moving at higher pilot skill, that's never fun for anybody. Of course, the two-ship list, Omega Leader's disruptive power is actually going to be quite strong. So, it's going to be interesting to see how Rich decides to approach this one, because neither choice of opponents is a particularly good thing to burn down first, but one of them's gotta die. Now, if he elects to kill Kenkirk first, one of the problems he's going to have is that shuttle is going to become useless very quickly, and Chris won't have to worry about it once Whisper gets behind it. However, if he elects to fire on Whisper, the extra stress and disruption and the fact that I don't believe Rich is particularly familiar with the shenanigans that a Phantom is capable of, is going to make it a very long slog to cope. Excuse me. In presence of Rebel Captive, while slightly reducing the direct offensive and defensive capabilities of the Phantom, is definitely going to throw an interesting wrench into Richard's plans, as it is his two skill 8 pilots that are likely to be firing on it first, and thus struggling with the stress. Of course, it's not like the shuttle really wants to be stressed anyways, but Wampa is the one that would be most effective. Wampa is the pilot that probably cares least about it, but here we are. If everything always lined up perfectly for one player, what would be the point of playing the game? Lone Wolf is a very powerful upgrade in the right situations, especially strong with two individual ships that are simply quite content to stay away from each other and don't require support. Well, with the Decimator deployed sideways, it has the options of turning into the board early and attempting to cut back around, out after the ties commit to turning into the asteroid field, over just running straight forward and fighting them, leading them into the asteroids, because that turret is largely unaffected by any of the upgrades on the A-holes list, because only the Inquisitor has any anti-turret defense. You're setting dials? Alright. As is typical for Chris, Whisper is floating off to the side where she can run around and pick the moment she wants to engage, as opposed to just flying straight in there like a shuttle. I don't believe they could hear that, but, well. Alright. A moderately aggressive beginning. Alright, looks like Rich is going to go for a moderately aggressive push. Looks as if the Decimator is going to come straight at him, and, well, he'd rather be chasing it than the other way around. Chris is elected for the median play, a very slow bank in. This still gives him the opportunity to shoot away at a 3 bank or come straight back in. Attempt to target lock to determine actual range. Obviously, he was never going to be in range for a target lock, but, well, that does tell him where he actually is in respect to those ships, which is, of course, useful information. With those ties coming in at full speed, well, somehow I doubt he's going to engage them head on. Ideally, when you've got a Kenkirk Iceheart set up, you're going to want to take just enough damage that you begin the next turn with a single point of hull damage, thus increasing the longevity granted by the 2 abilities. That is a very aggressive boost to set up for the next turn.
Oh man, that's only not a barrel.
Omega Leader is now in a chance to set up an evade. Did Chris measure this correctly? Yes. Amazement! Surprise!
Sometimes I don't get rocks on turn 1.
When I do it was by accident. That's ridiculous.
Of course, in that position, he really only has 1 decloak.
love everyone that's posting on and everyone's like, oh man, you don't know what it's like to show me right around instead
Now, Chris has yet to really show his hand aside from signaling very clearly that Whisper is not going to be decloaking into the board. Yes, or forwards. So either Whisper is not something that's going to have to be worried about this turn, or Whisper is not something that's going to have to be worried about this turn because the only decloak is left. And thus away, and any sort of swing into the board is frankly not going to get a whole lot of distance. And of course, if Whisper stays cloaked, well, obviously, not much of a threat there. Yet. To me, this would signal Chris's intent to just run the hell away with Kenkirk and attempt to rejoin the Phantom, lead the ties over to the Phantom, and hopefully forcing them to turn into that asteroid field and play with the rocks. We'll see how this evolves. Of course, this is the nature of mind games. Knowing all of this, Chris could very easily have just turned into the ties and attempted to blow past them the other direction. Opening up quite the conundrum there. But, well, mind games are what they are. Well, here's Rich's continued commitment. Still target lock.
That's what I'm saying. They doesn't have the money.
Now, Chris did in fact turn the Decimator into them. He'll endure maybe a single round of shooting from the shuttle, and that will be all. If in fact he hits a TIE fighter, that's actually probably not terrible, as it will be denying that TIE fighter's shooting. Rich currently has to chew on the many options that Chris might have and decide which one he's going to assume that Chris did with Wampa. Hooray, mind games. Yep, there's the 3 bank away. See, that is always the problem with mind games. In order to be able to effectively mind game somebody, you have to understand what level of skill that they're playing at, which actually is one of the causes of apparent beginner's luck when you're dealing with this sort of game where there's skill and hidden information involved. Because the expert player will be aware of many potential options, sometimes the expert player will simply select the wrong option based on the level of mind games, but the inexpert player will simply do something plain and straight line and land the attack and surprise. Indeed, sometimes they will just guess correctly by random. Sometimes the beginner will simply just guess correctly by random. Of course, once the expert realizes what they're dealing with, that tends to go away.
Both lanes are open. Not even that much traffic. And there's this lady with a speed limit. And this speed delivery comes up behind her. It's like,
As an interesting result, complex but theoretically better lists are actually harder to use against weak players than your more linear, straightforward list. It's much easier to seal club somebody with triple jump masters or quad TLTs than it is to correctly fly against them with a double aces build, especially if they're arc dodge aces. Because the expert will look at a board, go, huh, a K-turn would be really, really terrible right here. And then they don't do it. And then they don't expect it. And then the novice just K-turns and it works, and the other guy and the expert goes, huh, I was not expecting that. And now I'm sitting in range 1 in arc. No modifiers, but, well, still not good. Sometimes that'll happen. This is the true complexity that can be instilled into a game through the use of hidden information, which is why I personally feel that games like Magic the Gathering or X-Wing here are always going to be strategically deeper than something like Warhammer, because the very fact that there is hidden information is always going to keep things a lot more interesting and force a lot more thought out of even expert players. Games like StarCraft and League of Legends and Dota are much the same in that you do have hidden information, though your opponent can attempt to look for it. Alright, so Whisper is going to be in range 3, obstructed, with a poke at Omega Leader. A reasonable start for 4. And Omega Leader rolls 5 greens. Well then. Isn't that a wonderful start? Single evade results. Okay, the token is spent.
So this mobilize happened.
Sergeants are basically
And is Omega Leader simply going to accept the 2 damage or pulp a third one away? He is going to Palpatine. Alright, the bill has arrived, potentially with an interesting concoction for you all. We'll find out shortly.
otherwise
Alright, so now the Inquisitor is going to just smack the Decimator around. Hey Bill, how's it going?
Very well. How are you?
Not too bad. So, what do you think of Chris's list?
I think Chris came up with this list while he was talking to me yesterday.
That's so.
He was telling me how much of a pain in the backside Kenkirk can be in the end game.
But he's got that token. Yeah. Kenkirk does nothing. Sorry, how much damage did Kenkirk take?
1 shield.
Alright, so just...
Gonna have to do more damage for Kenkirk to start getting useful.
Yep. But...
Palpatine versus Palpatine.
Yep.
The classic matchup. The classic Star Wars matchup that everyone's always talking about.
A Sith Lord versus himself. And the shuttle
Which
doesn't.
one is real?
Well, Palpatine did clone himself a bunch of times.
Right. And then flew around inside of a VT-49 Decimator.
Well, who knows? Maybe this is just before Dark Empire, and there's like 3 or 4 of the clones activated, and they're just dueling with each other. I don't know how the Inquisitor got there, seeing as he's been
dead for 30
gone.
years.
Yeah, he's been dead and gone for a while at that point. And Omega Leader probably is still going through puberty.
Kept flying around in a prototype First Order tie,
Yeah.
decades before they were a thing.
Well, no more than 2.
Yeah.
So you'd assume Omega Leader is probably like 9 or 10 at this point.
Right, yeah. He's in preschool with Poe Dameron.
Do that? I can buy this guy, right?
Where they're playing with tiny little plastic X-Wings and TIE Fighters.
You can do it, then I can get this guy.
Now, if he wants to keep Lone Wolf turned on, he's going to have to do something interesting here. Whisper may just decloak left and grab a bit of a more straight move.
Or bug out altogether.
Yeah.
But Lone Wolf, I find, is something that I feel like it's 2 points because it's a nice to have. In a 2-ship build, it's definitely going to do Kenkirk a lot of good in the end game. After Whisper explodes in a fiery wreck because Chris can't roll evades. He does have Palpatine. That should keep Whisper around for another round or 2.
Probably 1.
Whisper got 4 hits.
Did you use Palpatine to evade on Kenkirk?
He did.
I believe you did.
It wasn't the exchange I was hoping.
Whisper rolled 4 hits with just a focus token. I'm happy with that. The dice have been good to me.
Yeah, and 2 of those landed. And one of those landed, even though it was obstructed, he spent the token and there was Palpatine.
Oh, wow.
At range 3. Chris actually hit somebody
Oh, man.
against 5 green dice.
Chris's red dice are fine. It's his green dice.
For
that,
now.
Yeah,
For now.
that I'm worried about.
That's why I got Kenkirk with the Palpatine.
Yeah.
There's no better solution.
As Hughes demonstrated yesterday. 2 days ago. Who needs green dice?
Yeah.
Really? Who needs green dice?
That's right. Green dice are for suckers.
Indeed.
Did you see the playlist was up there?
No.
For the event.
Oh,
So
I'll have to check that out.
Indeed.
He really needs to bring all of this in.
Sorry?
All of the words need to come into about here. I totally understand why he's doing this, but when you look at it on a TV, the TV cuts it all off. But this is all boring technical stuff that Twitch stream doesn't want to hear about.
Because Twitch stream is watching the correct resolution anyways.
Yeah. If you watch it on a computer screen, it's fine. It's when you put it on a TV that it's
Yeah.
messy.
Green dice are for commies. I don't want to go into the whole McCarthy ruined everything rant.
What is Chris doing with that shuttle?
He's molesting it.
Oh, Rich started it?
They're both molesting that poor shuttle.
Great.
Oh man, this is an X-Wing disaster in the middle of the table here.
Yeah. Omega Leader is kind of pointing the wrong way. Wampa's going to have to commit, and yep, Kinkirk's just not going to go very far.
This is my favorite maneuver with a decimator, is pointing yourself at the edge of the table, making your opponent think you don't know what you're doing, and then busting a 2-turn or a 3-turn the turn afterwards and being surprised. It turns on everybody's auto thrusters, but in this case, I don't think Rich has any.
He's got the Inquisitor.
Yeah,
So
so just don't shoot at the Inquisitor, you'll be fine.
Omega Leader's already taken a point, so that's probably the better target anyways.
More shields.
So is that sort of crazy maneuver how you beat Terrence?
There was actually a time when I considered it in our match, but I was too much of a coward to actually pull it off.
No, oh, you mean in our match?
No,
or in your
against-
match with Terrence?
Against Terrence. I think Chris forgot to decloak his Phantom. Really? This is pure gamesmanship at its finest.
Turn to activation phase.
Yeah. So
That is the problem with introducing new timings. People tend to skip over them.
yeah,
And that's why Magic Online is such a mess.
yeah.
With its infinite triggers. Do you want to pass priority every single bloody phase?
Because they'd already moved stuff I've seen, I actually didn't do quite the way I wanted to.
Oh,
Because that was in me.
so this is
Seeing where it gone.
Chris is telling us that this mistake was to his massive advantage.
No,
Although Lone Wolf will not go off this round.
I was going to decloak that way, but because they moved, it was a compromise.
Yeah.
They were bad. Decloak.
That decloak right into the center of the fray.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if you can extract Whisper from that.
Yeah.
I was expecting that decloak left, but now that it's been the forward instead, well, either Whisper's going to kill something or Whisper's going to die. Or both.
Which is what Whisper does. I sort of expect Whisper to do a 2 bank right now, which with Chris's initial
Yep.
yeah. With his initial plan, that would have put Whisper onto a rock.
I don't understand why that was the choice then, because in his previous decloak spot, that would have been terrible.
Yeah. That would have put Whisper straight onto a rock.
I don't know what he's doing.
Chris is onto something. Alright. We'll have to assume that he's onto something. And stop harassing him while he thinks.
You call that thinking?
There's no other word for it.
The mistake I made was actually recloaking.
Chris is telling us that he's actually made 3 mistakes in a row.
I know, but all of this is just the fact that I recloaked. It's all.
He shouldn't have recloaked after the shot. Yeah, probably not. He was not in a position to be shot back, so cloaking just made it very awkward because he only had the decloak left with the asteroid to block his path, or well,
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and that's why I thought he would bug out and go 2 left. with Whisper?
I was actually expecting left decloak and a 1. Because
One
then that
turn?
would have... Yeah, just a 1 forward. Or sorry, not a 1 forward. Just a 1 hard 1, sorry.
Yeah, left or right.
Yeah. Because then that would have left him on the side of the asteroid.
Yeah.
And then he could have just, like, stayed there and hovered behind the asteroid. And then decloaked around it.
It's an unfortunate position for Whisper, and I think at this point Chris is hoping to rely on Palpatine's magic.
To not die.
Yeah, because now he's got 2 agility.
Yeah. Rather tempting target.
Target lock. Although it looks like Rich is going to be shooting at Kenkirk.
To be fair, to be fair, like that's not a lot of range 1 attacks.
Yeah.
And he's not got the target lock set up
Yeah.
there. All the locks are on Kenkirk, so he's not going to have as many modifiers on the Phantom. So a little good luck could actually see Chris through that. So it won't. This is probably where Whisper dies. Well, then maybe you should have been less terrible.
Well, that was a good roll.
Well, that was on Kenkirk. Yep. All right, so the Inquisitor did go for Kenkirk. Not that he just seems to have had much of a choice. Just stabbing him. It doesn't look like Whisper's in arc. As soon as you have the hull damage, Kenkirk's agility is on. His Ice Heart just has a trigger.
Yeah, I started is at the start of the combat, isn't it?
Yeah, she has a trigger.
Yeah.
As opposed to Kenkirk, who just is a state check. Now, Richard's just chewing on his choices with Omega Leader. There have been shots landed. The shields are updating. Okay, it looks like Omega Leader just does nothing. Interestingly, Whisper looks like she's going to get out of this okay.
Yeah. I'm as surprised by this as you are.
Well, the thing about this list is that when it sets up and target locks the other thing, it's actually not that effective.
Yeah.
So single hit at somebody who doesn't matter because it was evaded. And now Wampa.
Here we go.
Now that Pulp hasn't been used, I would absolutely use Wampa here.
Yeah.
Poke Whisper, and then Whisper is at constant risk of Wampa just poking that last shot through. Or Chris could just, blank out entirely. That looks like a focus and a blank to me.
Yep.
So, hull damage or 2 damage?
Yeah.
So Chris is electing to not modify, so that is going to be the decision.
Would Richard have the choice to modify first, and then Chris has a
Nope.
choice to modify?
Chris will have to finish modifying green dice before Wampa.
Oh, okay.
So once we hit the timing for Wampa, Chris has finished modifying green dice. He doesn't have to make that decision until Chris is gone. All right. Personally, I just take 2 so there doesn't have to be Wampa to finish him off. All right, that's going to be 2 to Whisper. Looks like Richard is going to maintain his winning record against Chris here. Here's a shuttle shot. Looks like 2. Hooray, 2.
Yeah. Well, you've still got Kenkirk. I know.
Yeah. So, a whole lot of nothing. Chris, anyways. Pretty much just knocking shields off. Still full hull on Kenkirk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the perfect range of shooting from range.
Still
got all
going into
your
next
hull.
round? Yeah.
Still got 14 hull.
See, if he'd taken one more point of damage, he'd prevent one more point of damage. So, I don't know, it's kind of a wash.
My phantom mistake of the evening, so it's fine.
You only need one.
Get it away.
I don't know, I believe in you, Chris. You can make many more.
This is kind of why I like Rear Admiral Chirano more than Kenkirk. Chirano is just a beast. He can pump out quite a lot of damage, where Kenkirk will be hard to kill. But I don't know if he's got the goods to kill all 4 of Rich's ships.
Surely you remember the good old Rear Admiral Kirino and Fel days.
Oh yeah. I remember the Decimator back when it was popular.
When it was all Kirino all the time.
Yeah.
Rebel captive.
Don't forget your rebel captives.
Didn't.
Until well after everybody had shot.
So,
Well, Wampa was the first thing to shoot at him anyways, so. Of course, this is in a position where Wampa is actually pretty content to just grab it on the green, so.
Yeah.
Even though the TIE Fighter does not have an amazing amount of greens, it's good.
First order ties have pretty good greens, all things considered. All the 2s, I think.
First orders? Yeah. Yeah. That fantastic dial is one reason why you're starting to see more of the Epsilons, is it?
With the EPT?
The EPT?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Slipping into the crack swarms.
Crack swarms, yeah.
It's better just to have 2 of those guys instead of having a third Obsidian and a...
Target lock and a shield is nothing to...
Yeah,
nothing to
honestly,
laugh
really,
at.
like that extra shield and that's vast and that significantly more versatile dial
Yeah.
gives you a lot.
As well as the better action bar. I mean, not a lot of people use the target lock, but it's nice to have
Yeah.
when you've got nothing else to do. Nobody's going to shoot at you and you've got no shots. Take a target lock. It'll last you forever.
Once in a while, once in a while. It really only has to be relevant a couple of times to be worth it.
Exactly. Because I think, is it 2 points for a first order tie over an academy tie?
I believe
15
it's
versus 12?
3.
15?
I believe they're 15.
Yeah, okay.
Offhand. Not 100% sure offhand. But it's an extra hit point, and which makes it even more annoying to SWAT.
Yeah.
And they can do things like Segnors and Hard 2 out of it, which the standard TIE Starfighter just can't do.
Now, if I'm honest, I think this might be a mistake for Richard.
Just letting the
Having the shuttle get clustered like this.
I don't know. This means it can effectively zero without having to stress.
Fair enough, but all he's going to be able to shoot at is Whisper. And that may or may not be a bad thing. Rich could, if he lands this, looks like he might bump.
Yeah, ideally Whisper would have been able, Wampa would have been able to roll to block Whisper, but doesn't look like that's going to happen with collision.
Chris is smart. He's landed a 2-turn on Whisper, which should avoid Wampa in this case.
And Kenkirk continues to flee.
Are those Whisper, or are those Kenkirk stress tokens?
No, those are target locks. Okay.
Oh, they're target locks, right, okay.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. There's actually no effects on Whisper.
Yeah.
So shooting at Kenkirk may have seemed like a better idea.
Oh, absolutely. You'd rather shoot at something that you can hit
Yeah, especially.
rather than potentially cloaked phantom. Although if Chris put that one turn in on Whisper, he's not going anywhere and he's going to lose Whisper.
So, I know I've not heard any yet.
Well, Chris just needs to stop being terrible.
That's
This is known.
That's Chris's advice to most people who play the game. To not be terrible.
The classic L2P. No, if Chris grabbed the one turn, this could be hilariously bad. If Omega Leader switches target locks, but I don't think that would be a good play just because of the high chance that, Whisper just ran the hell away.
Yeah, and Omega Leader and the Inquisitor are now chasing Kenkirk.
Yeah. I don't believe Omega Leader currently has an evade token. Yep.
Now he does now.
Hooray.
There we go.
Ah, that was a lot more aggressive than Chris usually is.
Yeah, was that a 2-turn?
Yep. Focusing up and smacking the shuttle. Oh, we're gonna just take the 3 and let it go and grab that focus token and cloak.
I've only got 2 focuses. I took an evade token.
Go.
So,
Oh, he
The
took an
evade token
Okay.
would have been free if you had used a Stygian Particle Accelerator.
Then you wouldn't be cloaking.
Or shooting. It's like
Alright.
2 hits on the shuttle.
Yep. Palpatining just to do damage to the shuttle. Feels bad, man. Well, Palpatine spent, and, well, the Phantom doesn't really have to worry about too much. He's got to focus and evade, so Chris will probably still take a point of damage here from the shuttle.
At least one.
Alright, so here's a shooting at Kenkirk.
Range 1.
For 1! Or is it? Alright, he's going to spend a token.
Chris gets excited about rolling green dice.
So excited. Yeah.
Maybe rolling 2 in this case?
Yep. Target lock into focus spend.
so 3 damage. No, I'll spend my focus for damage.
So 2 damage. And now, Kenkirk has 1 agility.
Oh. He gets the agility as soon as he takes
Yep.
a point of hull damage.
Yeah, it's a state check. It's a state check as opposed to trigger. So
Yeah. He'll also get Isard from now on, right?
yeah, but well, not helpful with this round.
No. He's not going to die this round. Unless he gets supremely unlucky. 2
So
major explosions into direct hits will do 6 damage. Yeah, he'd still be alive. Here comes the crit.
Damaged engine, turns around.
Turns a red.
ooh, relevant.
Very relevant.
Unfortunately, Kenkirk doesn't have a lot of offensive modifiers. Just Lone Wolf, especially with that focus token gone, it's pretty weak. Tolerable, but not amazing result. Alright, looks like that's gonna land. Ooh, Alpha's gonna be knocked to skill 0. It's probably not going to influence a whole bunch, but
Gotta shoot at Wampa.
Or rather, shoot with Wampa and do nothing. Shuttle gets goose egg. And stress. Hooray, rebel captive.
Oh, so the shuttle will not be stopping this turn.
Well, yeah.
This would be a great time for Whisper to do a K-turn.
Indeed, actually. A decloak forward into a K-turn puts him in a pretty solid position.
Shuttle is never going to turn around and get a bead on Whisper at this point. So I think
This is actually...
Chris might have won the lottery with that,
Yeah.
by still having Whisper on the table.
This is actually the position Chris is going to want out of this, with the Decimator trailing a cloud of ties, trying to catch it at range 3, and then the Phantom getting behind them.
That crit's going to slow him down, but he's still got the whole table to shed stress. Is Isanisard an action, or is it a free token?
Action.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt. Although, at this point, he could do it. 2 bank, get rid of his stress. Or he doesn't have any stress right now. 3
Nope.
bank. He'll still be on the table. Get the action. Focus up with this free evade die. He's not in terrible shape.
Yep, especially since the TIE Fighters are banked such a way that if they're going to go for a 3, they're risking that rock.
Yes. Yeah, the ties are going to have a rough time actually. Well, they should be able to get a shot this turn.
Yeah, they should be able to. It's just a matter of they're not going to get a close range shot,
Future positions.
which is where you really shred the Decimator. That asteroid is just going to block off like 3s being reliable, so I think. It's hard to tell.
The Inquisitor's ability is a godsend against 0 agility ships.
It's pretty strong against everybody in general,
Yeah.
but against these, even especially 0 agility at range 3, it's pretty good. Especially turret. That Dissipator is not happy to fight the Inquisitor at range 3. Because as far as the Inquisitor is concerned, everything's coming up Inquisitor.
Yeah, this really is an ideal matchup for the Inquisitor.
The Decimator?
Yeah. Because he can take the target lock for the evade. He's got auto thrusters. He stays out of arc, and he's always going to be evading, let's say, 2 a turn.
That's reasonable.
Kenkirk can only reliably get 2 hits a turn.
If only Kenkirk could actually do things.
Yeah.
The downside is he's set up to be highly survivable, but not do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So, with only 17 minutes left, grinder time. Everybody loves pulp aces because there's a million variations.
I flew against, in our regional tournament, Palpatine plus a bunch of mooks with my double decimators. It was incredibly annoying. I never really put a lot of credence into the idea that you could fly a Tempest Squadron, a random TIE fighter, and God, what else did he have? He had no aces, and he took me to school. It was terrible.
Random TIE fighters. He's just checking his dial while he decides what Wampa wants to do with that action. Frankly, I just take defensive action.
I think a barrel roll in this case. Although, if he takes the barrel roll, he'll lose his shot altogether.
Pretty likely.
Chris isn't going to stick around. The one bank on the decimator isn't green. Although, why do I keep thinking he needs green actions or green maneuvers? I don't know.
No, looks like the shuttle's still going to hit something.
Should not the shuttle have gone first?
Wampa is skill 0.
Oh, because of the damaged cockpit, right.
Ooh, he's going to go for the stressful action.
That is bold.
Well, time's running out. He has to do some damage. He's about to give up half points of on Kenkirk, so...
Yeah, and I guess this did, there was a chance that this would bump.
That too. It's clear.
Well, I guess you don't really care with the Inquisitor. You'd just like to take away his shot.
Well, I would
He's
turn
at
off
range
his
one, he's
on
at
the
range
auto
one.
thrusters. Yeah, I would try to barrel roll and turn on the auto thrusters. 14 minutes.
14 minutes.
Unfortunately, that turn didn't take it. Does not look to have taken him out of Wampa's arc. So he's gonna get smacked a bit.
Ooh. Rich looks like he took one of his
Oops.
ships out of the fight for this round.
Yeah, that's a definite mistake there, flying onto the asteroid. Doesn't pay for it, and he's not going to hit it again, but... And there's the hard one. This is the other option that Whisper had, because there's no blocking off this either. That looks like a focus token. I don't see a reason why you would take an evade here. Here's a phantom shot. And that's 4. And that's going to be 4. And we are into half points on the shuttle.
Chris has scored his first point of the game.
Yep. Strictly speaking, Richard hasn't actually scored points yet.
Not yet.
Yet.
Not
But
far
now is the
off.
time.
1 damage, and he will.
And with Inquisitor at range 1 of the Decimator,
He's
yeah.
always at range 1.
True.
I think Chris might end up shooting at Omega Leader with Kenkirk.
Okay, Inquisitor's going to spend his luck. Hit, crit, crit.
Pretty good.
What fun.
No more actions for
What
Mr. Kenkirk.
fun. Well, if there's an upside, he can still do the evade from Iceheart, because that's not in his bar.
But this time he
Or is it the old or is it the new damage deck? Because then he can't perform actions that aren't on damage cards.
Oh yeah. Even if they're free, he's shooting
Yeah.
at the shuttle. And not a
One
great roll.
for 1. Yep. Richard is up by a significant lead here. Just enough to be a full win. Not doing crap, but All right. Looks like he's opting to Palpatine now, just to push damage through. Hey, and evade. That's 2. Hooray! Blinded pilot.
This, of course, is why I like Oiken better than Kenkirk, because even with a blinded pilot, you can still do some damage.
By thwacking people. Alright, and Wampa!
Well,
Oh.
Palpatine on this one.
This is not going to kill him. It'll mock him with double focuses again, but it won't kill him. What good would a gold dice tray do you? Do you really need that much bling? Interestingly, Whisper appears to have chosen not to cloak, which is probably reasonable given that nobody is going to be doing shit to Whisper this turn.
He's gonna be shooting at Whisper next turn. Oh yeah, the points lifted. Interesting. Never noticed that.
Sorry?
The points.
Oh, yeah. How long have you been watching, man?
Not long.
So I can't do 3 actions either. Is that right?
Oh, that's...
If it says action, you can't do it.
Is that what Damage Sensor Array says? The new one? Is that the new deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do... Other than damage cards. Yeah.
I guess that is an advantage to the old deck.
In some respects. With no secondaries, the old damage deck might be a little better here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nobody's got any secondary weapons.
Especially with Blinded, because you've got a fire control.
Yeah.
So you might... Yeah.
If he was Oiken, he could still do some damage.
By hitting somebody.
Or if you had Darth Vader, you could take someone with you.
Hit them very hard. But yeah, Oiken is kind of hosed. If I were him, I might actually look to just like one bank or something and hope like that's too close, but I don't think that's going to work. Positioning is wrong.
Kenkirk is stressed right now, so I think Chris is going to want to shed that stress. And finally, my blathering about green maneuvers is coming into play.
I don't think he's actually used Ice Heart this game.
No, he hasn't had a chance.
Well, here we are.
The problem was I couldn't shoot one of those big, well, I had to shoot a Mega Reader, and I rolled 1 hit per time.
Yeah. Whisper's not in a terrible position at least, but I don't think it's going to be enough to recover. Seeing as Richard's about to sweep up to about 60 points here real quick.
Whisper could take out Palpatine first.
Still need to kill the Inquisitor to get ahead on points. And the Inquisitor's at full health, so I don't think that's going to happen. And it's true, he could Palpatine to fix that.
When I can't shoot anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's really as good as dead, so.
green to bank.
Well,
You'll never fix that sensor, right?
yes, because he will die first.
Yeah. Unless Richard decides to give up on Kenkirk and just go after Whisper. Chris can only hope.
He doesn't even have the ability to fully turn around and go after Whisper.
He doesn't have a good position to do that, no.
Well, I got all equipped in the wrong order for me, the right order for him.
Yeah.
So Lizard has done nothing the entire game.
Them's the breaks.
Well, Whisper can do a lot of heavy lifting.
But Chris is out of time.
Not in 4 minutes.
In more ways than one.
Ooh. Folks.
Aren't we clever? Well, a Mega Leader hit, so it's not adding any extra modifiers, but... Ugh. Still pretty useless. With the shuttle having stopped, that means he's not even going to get that kill.
Could kill Wampa, though. It's
Yeah.
not ideal.
Not really.
Everybody's going to get a shot at Kenkirk this turn.
Well, that guarantees pretty much guarantees a kill on Wampa.
Really wants to kill Wampa right now.
Yeah. It is actually possible for Wampa to live.
Yes.
He only needs to get 2 evades. The third one would give him. The third one could be pulped, and then he spends the token.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, that will do it. That will do it. And because, you know, he's probably not going to get to use Palpatine later on this round, that's probably correct.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Well, he could
Because right now, he's about to get shot and die.
he's still got his evade die on Kenkirk.
Eh.
But Rich is going to have, looks like 3 ships shooting at Kenkirk.
Yep.
It would be difficult for him not to sneak one through. It's 3.
Hit crit crit. Woo! Yay, he's dead.
Now, Richard's fleet is sad because they have nothing to shoot at. 2 minutes remaining.
With only Whisper floating around, being annoying. You know, we should have switched the table camp to this side of the table a lot sooner. Just to, this way it's a lot harder for random idiots to walk into it.
Planning isn't our strong suit.
Apparently not. Because apparently Chris only thought of it this week, and the rest of us just never thought of it.
Well, the rest of us don't care. Chris is the one getting paid for this.
True enough. True enough.
Putting the camera on this side. Filling air while you guys think. It's called color commentary.
You know, that whole thing you were doing while Ian was thinking. Hey,
You guys want
did you watch that? Those 15-minute rounds?
See it.
2 ships on the board. 15-minute planning phase.
75 minute rounds.
Probably. You should have said a 75-minute round because you can't actually do 60-minute rounds anymore.
Really?
No, all rounds are now mandated at 75 for
Right.
tournament play.
Yeah.
Hooray, it's time for head-to-head. Probably.
Sailboat is listing badly right now.
Well, Palpatine and his ego must be on the same side of the shuttle.
Given a longer game, I can imagine Chris could pull this off,
Yep.
but the timer betrayed him this time.
Well, he's the one who said it at 60. Watched him do it.
I think the point should
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's
That's time.
particularly pertinent. I doubt it's particularly relevant. So. Hooray! Now he murders the shuttle. And picks up some points for his pains.
hopefully doesn't get killed.
Probably not.
So this will actually be a pretty close game if he can finish off that shuttle.
Not that close. It's still going to be the 29 odd points. The shuttle's toast, so there's no way out of it for the shuttle.
You got 3 hull left.
Yep.
You've got 1 evade guy.
Yep. And
That should be higher.
how so? Oh, right, Wampa's dead. I forgot about Wampa.
Add Wampa in there.
I did not. I forgot about him.
So it would be a modified win, I think.
Nope, that's 15.
15. Oh yeah, I'm bad at math.
Unless, of course, Whisper dies, in which case it's just
Yeah.
just straight up 100. So here's Rich's attempt. Hit, crit! Evade, evade, evade! And the very final try is Omega Leader even arc. Nope. That's that. 15 points. It's a 15-point win.
43 to 58. No, 12 points is a modified win. 15 is a full win.
Yeah, the margin has to be 12 points or more, so for a full win. But this is 15.
I shouldn't have quoted Whisper because I knew Whisper.
Say it on the stream.
Tell the world.
Tell the world, and then Bill can prepare his marvelous concoction.
Only if you want to play. Okay. Oh dear.
So, would you like to discuss how badly you screwed that up?
It's fine. It still could have gone either way. If crits fall differently, it could have been better. Lone Wolf.
Perhaps.
works. But yeah, it's fine.
You got a fair amount of use out of Lone Wolf, I felt. So,
It didn't actually work.
oh, just the time. Oh, because of the way the.
He used it a lot, but he never actually got an evade result out of it.
I think I got an extra. I got a couple, but not as many as I was hoping. But I couldn't. The never getting to use his ard is what I think cost me. The blinded
Yeah.
pilot made
That was
it
a pretty
irrelevant.
significant a lot at the time.
Yeah.
I think I should have gone after Whisper. But
There's no right choice on which one you go after. It was fine. If I hadn't have caught Whisper in that after that first shot, I had the perfect approach and I'd got trigger happy. It's fine. Yeah, I wanted to. I didn't think you'd played against the Decimator yet. Have you? Yeah. So.
I read about it.
Yeah.
I understand the Decimator combo, so it's something I'm interested in trying.
Yeah.
The Decimator combo would have been really good against.
I would have just died
Aces,
quicker.
Yeah.
Guys.
Depends on which decimator. If it was out of the way, maybe not so much.
I think I wasn't worried about losing Whisper because I knew that you'd have to bump me with someone, and so even though I knew I'd messed up, I knew Whisper would still be alive, and I just hoped I could output enough damage. But Ken Kirk's attacks on Omega Leader did a job. I couldn't really shoot at the Inquisitor because it was always through a rock and out of arc. So
Yeah, it just seemed like a bad
autothrusters,
plan.
Yeah,
Oh well, there you are.
yeah. So it was fine. I'm happy enough. I know I could play it better. The list is signed. So.
Yeah, I really liked how like Whisper was almost guaranteed 4 hits, and then
Yeah, you'd
No.
hope.
well, it felt like it.
Oh, it's not even typed his list out for me. So I'm gonna have to type it up.
Yes, because he's a horrible
You could
person.
just save them. This is an old list.
This one again.
Got home, ate dinner, and
Oh, it is this one again. A TIE Defender returns.
Okay.
Did you have any comments on the game, or other than what you said already? When I watch it, I'll see.
I feel like Chris executed the split correctly, aside from, you know, the cloak. He did end up successfully forcing you into chasing the Decimator with the ties, and then getting Whisper behind you. But, well, the way the crits fell, it just didn't really pay off.
Yeah, so I could have flown it a lot better, but I could have flown it worse. So
Yeah, you could have done a lot of things better, like roll better.
I don't think the dice were particularly that bad. Whisper was
Your offensive
fine.
dice out of Kenkirk were pretty subpar,
really?
but
Yeah.
your dice out of Whisper were solid.
My dice, I felt like they were weird. Like I'd get a bunch of crits, and then I'd get a bunch of misses on a couple of my other shots. So it was just
Yeah, don't be too happy. It's just Vessery with Wired, which is kind of okay, I guess. And then it's 4 ties set up to.
Are you sure you don't want
enable
to
him.
take the title, Bill? Yeah.
You can have X7.
And then you can take Duke instead of Wired and still have 2 points left.
If you would like. And we've got 2 Sinar test pilots and 2 Epsilon Squadron pilots to hand out target locks on everybody, so Vessery can target lock them and have
I
benefits.
think your next 2 minutes of commentary is how Imperial a-holes beats this list.
Yeah, probably.
I won't listen.
Honestly, this is just one of Bill's pet lists where he's trying to get target locks to work. I don't know why it's called Swan Song, but I guess we can ask him later.
It was because it's the swan song of the Defender before it gets fixed.
Oh.
So what special stuff does he have? I don't know any of the ships. So
Dick all.
okay.
The whole point is to give Colonel Vessery a target lock.
Vesser is the one that I
And then
flew against
Wired-
the other week.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
I
6?
don't know.
Oh, that's skill. Okay.
Yeah,
3
this is pilot
seconds.
skill.
Oh, okay. Nothing has 6 dice. Okay.
Yeah, his ability is immediately getting target locks on target when he's shooting at target locked ships. So that's not really anything amazing, especially since it does not particularly play nicely with Wired. So
Okay.
I don't know.
So just kill stuff.
Pretty much. I mean, just
Okay.
don't take too much damage from the 5 TIE fighters.
Okay, guys,
5.
I'm going to throw it over
Oh,
to
well,
the
4 plus Defender,
game.
I
whilst
suppose.
I fix the overlay.
Well, Audio Weasel will just let Rich try to figure that out for himself. I'm not going to repeat it out loud in case Rich hears it because I do want to see if he'll figure it out on his own. I am going to grab some water real quick after you're done typing that in. So.
That's fine, I can fill while I type. It's only
Alright.
the start line.
You need something, or are you good there?
I'm good, thank you. So, for the regular viewers, you should have seen Bill fly this before. Almost done with the overlay. Just slide it off the table. The problem Bill's list has is that it really struggles to do damage if Vesserit isn't doing it. I didn't want to take, well, I didn't have the points for that fat of a decimator with Palpatine as well. And I need Palpatine because my green dice suck. I think every crit that I got screwed me over, in fairness. Not being able to turn, so that I didn't have an action, and then rolling loads of focuses. Then the round after that was the sensor array, and then I was dead with a blinded pilot, so... But no, I flew badly anyway. I have no problems at all losing that game with the performance I put in. I feel like make it a 75-minute round, and I feel like I could have got the win. Probably only a modified, but... I suppose I should put Bill's name on.
Explaining.
Oh, it's still chatting about my game. And so we're trying to... The thing I'm trying to do at the moment, and the reason you're seeing Rich a lot, is because he's literally been playing X-Wing for about 3 months, maybe.
Or something short.
Yeah, so I'm actually trying to... He wants to be a competitive player, so I'm trying to build him up, and it's good for him to have all of the videos to review and stuff like that.
Throw him through the grinder. Maybe you should throw the torpedo boats at him.
I don't have 3, that's why
I
you're
do.
here.
The question is, should I do pure torpedo boats or not?
Oh, did you play against the A-hole list with your Zuckus list?
I don't believe so.
Try that one again. Run your regionals and... Well, not regionals, sorry, your player of the year list. And
Sure, why not? It's already set up, so that'll be quick.
yeah.
I was way too tired to actually bother putting stuff away after that tournament.
Did you put Duke on as well? Am I swapping Wired to Duke, Bill? Yeah.
So you went X7 Duke? Alright. So we are going somewhere decidedly less terrible with that, because Wired on Vessery? Why?
So we can do hard ones.
Yeah, but if he's shooting at somebody who's target locked, he's getting a target lock anyways. So, what's the point?
Yeah.
For when everyone else is dead?
No, it does not have 2 other G1As. Feel free to just use all my stuff, Bill.
He actually put it in the way, like, why didn't Chris clean up his job?
As it happens, I only bought 2 G1As. I do have a Zuckuss and 4-LOM list, which is still trying to find that 3rd or 4th addition to it to not be terrible.
It's okay. I'm gonna share I'm going to share the list I might run if we get to play a game. So this is if I get to play again tonight. This is the list I'm thinking about running. Why did not work? Come on, internet. That's not right.
Yeah, because it didn't go to the actual link. It just went to.
Yeah.
You're going to have to actually get your link.
Web link. Oh, God damn it. We'll get her in the end. Oh, and you can't see it. Awesome.
Good work.
I love the internet. It's the best. So I need to make it smaller. So down the page. So the list is. There we go. So if we get to play again, I'm going to run Chopper with Ghost, Axis Corrector, Dorsal Turret, Sabine, Connonet, Extra Munitions, Leia, Organa, and Experimental Interface. With a Zeb with Dorsal Turret and Phantom Title, and then a Green Squadron Pilot with Refit, Adaptability, Auto Thrusters, and Cheek. I think that's terrible. It's like the worst list I've ever seen, and I'm going to actually enjoy playing it.
I don't know. I've seen some truly terrible lists, like lists that use Juno. So,
in fact, what I might do is get some practice games in with it first. So I've got my opening down, not like in that game where my opening didn't quite work properly. No one has ever played Leia.
I think people might have done it in Epic Games.
No, ever. No one's never. Ever.
I could have sworn
Never,
someone
ever.
did it at the Player of
No,
the Year
never,
Epic.
Never. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. It's a big bag of shield tokens, just
That's so many shield tokens.
I want to play Leia in a standard list. 4 points. But did he win? Did he win with Leia? That's the question.
That is the most important question, because if there was no victory.
I experimented somewhat with the camera angle as well, so you have to let us know what you think about this sort of new angle that kind of fits on the display.
The main upside we were saying is the camera's on the other side of the table, so random idiots aren't walking into it anymore.
Yeah, there's no random idiots walking into it. The left-hand player column is actually a left-hand player now.
So yeah, we
Which
finally
makes
have the same perspective.
no difference to the people watching, but
It's a little more satisfying for you.
yes.
Because things are mirrored and we can see what the actual delay is from them to us. Well, from the camera to us. which is really
So Dials are
minuscule.
going down. You need to watch him for slow play in your build. He's a bit of a dick. It just cost me a win.
Do you want the 1 hour or do you want 75
I'll
minutes?
just do the hour. I'd rather get more games done.
You think I need more than an hour to beat that? I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
oh.
I don't know what it does.
So, can anybody tell me how my layout list works?
Does it?
Well, what the theory behind it is?
Do you want to use an upgrade card that nobody else uses? Because that's all I'm seeing. I actually haven't looked at it closely.
So,
What is it?
Sabine.
I don't even
Covenant.
remember what Leia does offhand.
So, you discard her at the start of activation phase, and all of your reds become white for a turn.
Oh, I get it. So you just 5k and throw a net in somebody's face.
Yeah, and then shoot out the back. With your 4 dice at them as well.
Yeah, wonderful. Wunderbar.
But no, so you get a modified shot as well, because you get to focus and then experimental interface to drop the bomb. So you have
Well,
a
it's
modified
something.
4 dice attack.
I mean, it's gonna be.
Yeah, if you do it just right.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you do it wrong and then look like an idiot.
It's a terrible list the second time anyone ever plays against it. If Richard had been bringing his Fel Vader, I was gonna do it to Fel turn 1. Just fly straight at Fel and turn right in his face.
Have a cutter net. Yay! No,
You'd be
it's
surprised
something.
how many people let you 5k just in front of them in the first round. And that Connor net is a long old template.
Honestly, I don't think people. I think it's just. It's bad enough that nobody's expecting it.
Yeah, that's it. It's an awesome list until you've played it once, and then it's terrible.
Yeah, well. Maybe you should try something that isn't terrible.
The actual real problem is that you can't get any proper support for it. You've basically got to do a 2-ship list.
That's true.
If all you want is dice, you know, if you just want to make a cut for your regional dice,
Yeah, how well did that
Remember-
sort of thinking work for you in Sask?
I didn't play well enough to make the cut.
Exactly.
And because if I hadn't have got a modified win round 1, I would have tried to make the cut, but
Do you think you could have beaten Greg with that match with that list matchup?
yeah. I think I kill Dengar quicker than he kills me.
Perhaps.
Well, again, it's dice dependent on if Juno actually does anything.
Oh, so you just lose then, is what you're saying. I'm still not convinced on Juno, but
Oh, it's good, she's terrible. I'll never fielding her again. Ever. Until next week, and I think of another way of using her.
yeah.
It would have been infinitely better had I gone with a 2-point initiative bid and put Axie Corrector on him.
Probably.
The problem with the West Audio Weasel is that you just shoot at Chopper until he's dead, is what you do against it.
Yeah, the problem is sometimes the "what the hell do I do" is easily answered by "oh, I just throw red dice at it and it goes away." Sometimes the answer is a lot simpler than it seems.
In honesty, I think I went a little bit hard on wanting to make it work properly. What happens with the Connor net again if you drop it and then they fly into it?
When they reveal the dial?
They take the damage for flying into it,
Yep.
and get an ion token.
And they skip perform
They
action.
do skip perform action.
Yeah, you always skip your that turn's perform action on the turn you hit it.
That's good. That's good. It does work then.
Yeah.
Because then they cruise up in front of a ghost and get 4 dice primary. And I've got a second cannon net because of extra munitions. So Sabine can do it all over again.
Yeah, then you can do 2 damage to something. Fair enough. Nope, no damage, as the first pokes are exchanged.
Yeah. It's what you expect. Ties shooting at each other at range at 1 billion. Oh, it's being punished this time.
Watch as it's not even relevant.
Oh no, it just changes the
Look, nothing happened because ties exchanged fire at range 3.
I got accused of slow points.
Now it's moving. Now I don't know about Bill's deployment here because he's decided to spread out and attempt to envelop the list, and I'm not sure that's going to work because he can't focus fire very effectively.
He just needs to, plonk the occasional damage on with his amazing 2 dice attacks. So
I feel like against this list, he really does need to put some damage on sooner. It may work, it may not.
Well, we're actually getting a Sentry Box dice tray and a Dice 8 Productions dice tray made up, and then we should also have the Mandalorian logo and the Imperial logo to show off as well.
Shiny.
Yeah.
Needs more dice trays. Because you can never have enough. Just like dice. Never have enough. Oh, I don't think... You didn't update Richard's health total there.
That's why we're starting. He needs to play at a disadvantage.
You just changed Pulp Shuttle. There. That was the first one.
So I think Vessery is going to do a maneuver that is speed 3 or above. I would probably dial in the 4K in the hope that it hits that rock.
Next level play. Depends on his targeting here.
Don't forget Duke. I did. It almost cost me.
That's because you're bad at this game.
Evidently.
As soon as I came in, I was like,
The next wave is on
Bill
the
was
boat.
one of a few people who pre-ordered them because he was smart and listened to Chris.
See, now you put me in a dilemma. Because I was going to pre-order them, but I don't want to appear in the dumb list.
Which Defender title is going to see more play? X7.
Probably, yeah. It increases efficiency. The problem with the Defender is it has a tendency to randomly die. And I feel like X7 is a more useful thing rather than making it into even more of a glass cannon.
TIE doesn't make it any more defendable and makes it more expensive. X7 makes it cheaper and better.
And more survivable. And that's the trick. Because, well, as we've all seen, they just tend to randomly explode and die. Oh, madness. Target locks.
Bless you.
Now this is what Bill's list is set up to do. Target lock all the things. And then Vessery does as he pleases. Isn't this a novelty? A shuttle being one of the last ships to move?
Yeah. In fact, I can't run that list tonight because I didn't bring my ghost with me.
Tisk tisk.
I didn't bring my decimator either. I had to borrow Greg's because they're in a separate box to all of my other stuff.
Well, clearly you should just keep everything with you at all times.
Well, apparently, going in the text chat with the guys from Nova Squadron Radio, and Major Juggler has been playing around with the 7 TIE Swarm. But he ran into a Dengar Manaroo list, where Dengar has, I think it was Predator, and our overclocked.
Overclocked R4?
Yep. And then Manaroo just hands him a focus every turn, and he just keeps it forever. He said that he only managed to do 2 damage to the list in like 2 or 3 games. It came out the same result each time. So
That actually sounds pretty entertaining.
Dengar Manaroo might be a thing. There we go, let's have a look. So
No, Vessery's evade is just hidden by a ship model. You can actually see it just above the corner of the wing there,
yeah.
next to his other token.
So Bob's math wing on it says that if he has the permafocus, Lone Wolf on Dengar with Zuckus and overclocked R4, and that comes out as long as Manaroo is giving him a focus token. He has a jousting efficiency of 108 before pilots go 9. Is taken into account.
Math. Vessery's action was focus. You can see you can see it next to his other token.
Yeah, there are 2 tokens next to Vessel.
Was it that R4? Was it that weird overclocked R4 that won the regional? Or Wisconsin? Are people living in Wisconsin? No, I'm joking. That's interesting. I don't believe I've seen that regional result. I'll have to take a look. Well, now we have a cloud of ties, so this is going to be interesting target priority. All of Richard's ties are correct, are pointed at the obvious priority target, Vessery. Yep, Omega Leader. Pings for 1. Or does he? Huh? Looks like nothing. Range 1 from Inquisitor. One, two, three. Alright, 1 damage onto Vessery as he declines a token.
So Vessery's shot on the Inquisitor.
That's 3 out of Vessery.
To Palpatine, no, not to Palpatine. Always Palpatine away damage if you can.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm doing too badly off 3 hours sleep.
Is that all?
Yeah. Very hot last night. Stupid summer. Not a fan.
Nobody is. Nothing from Wampa. And now, the test pilots.
Two hits and a crit from the Sinai test pilot. Oh dear.
Oh my.
It's been spent, so it's probably a dead Inquisitor.
That's hit crit to Hall, so.
It's always a dead Inquisitor. Oh.
It's an unhappy Inquisitor. That's probably one of the worst crits because it just turned off title.
Well, not really. He can roll a dice if he doesn't get it, Palpatine it, and then push to take.
Yeah, but he still spent pulp to do it, so.
Yeah.
Wow, that's another solid target locked shot out of hit crit, so. You know, that Dengar build is hilarious enough. Those Dengar builds are hilarious enough. I may want to try them. Ooh, 3 natural out of the shuttle. Or is it?
Yes.
Alright. It's only one. Who was that got hit?
Who took a shield though?
Nope, I spent the token.
Oh,
So have you taken any damage across your list yet?
Vessery took 1 damage.
yeah, way back. Very first shot was Vessery taking a point in that round.
Make sure you've practiced your list. Make sure you understand different openings, how you're going to open against different types of different staples in the meta. You want to understand how you go about beating them.
Yep.
That would be the advice, really. Stay hydrated. Wear baggy, cool clothes because it will likely be warm.
Yeah, the usual. If it's your first tournament, if it's your first big tournament of any kind, then yeah, make sure you're eating properly. Make sure you're drinking water. Don't just eat a pile of junk food. Actually, bring decent food with you. It will actually help a lot.
And
Like, condition is a thing. Condition is very important.
don't let your head go down in the game. If it's not going how you might think it would, just keep playing, and you never know what the turnaround's going to be.
There's a very distinct tournament mentality to get used to. And it's not for everybody, so. Alright, so in this situation, Vessery is in sort of an awkward position since he doesn't have a good Coagrin. Doesn't really have a good 3 turn. What would you do with Vessery here?
What would I do? 4K. All day long. Always. Only this time I would actually dial it in.
It might actually work depending on that Inquisitor's
It'll
position.
fit. The 4K will fit just in front of the Inquisitor. The Cyanide Test Pilot will 3K
I have buggered
behind
off,
him.
yeah.
I would do a gentle bank in with the Epsilon Squadron at the bottom of the screen and bump into Inquisitor and just have everything pointing at him to try and take him down. So you need to kill one ship first.
You only really need to do one more to him, so.
You're not going to be taking shots from the shuttle if you, well, yeah, Rich will probably do the one bank in with the shuttle.
Yep.
But yeah, I like the positioning of Bill's Epsilon and Cyanide Test Pilot at the top of the map. So they're in a really good position to just get behind stuff and start being annoying. You can force him to want to save Palpatine to keep the shuttle alive.
Yep. Shuttles tend to come apart pretty quickly if TIEs get to focus fire them. I don't believe neither of them has taken damage yet, so we don't need to mark them just yet, but, well,
I wasn't
soon.
I'm expecting them to pop.
Yeah, fair enough.
Obviously,
But what if they don't?
Bill will prove me wrong. Have all of them left on varying amounts of hull.
Yep, just to make fun of you. Take a look at Twitch chat. Just.
Yeah, not playing Paul Heaver is always a good tactic.
Well, if you face him round one, drop onto the loser bracket, so to speak. That's not too bad.
To be fair, Paul sometimes takes some interesting lists once he's already guaranteed his place, so I'm not sure how many regionals he's planning on going to, so if this is his last one, you know, worry. If he's got a few more that he's planning on going to, he could face something interesting of his.
Well, they're still chewing on their dials, so...
It's a nail, Bill. Just dial it in, and you dial it in and profit. It's easy.
Yeah, just nail it.
Okay, my ones.
Here come the TIE Fighters.
Star Wars quotes.
Oh no, should have done the bank. It's the worst move I've seen when I've not actually been playing myself.
I don't know if that's accurate. Speaking of Star Wars quotes, if he does get around the shuttle, we can start saying that it came from behind. It's an older joke, but it checks out.
Yeah.
Looks like that guy's got a lock on what he wants, so he's just gonna grab a roll. Or he just wants to roll.
Yeah, in case the shuttle stops, he'd make sure he's not in arc. If the shuttle banks around.
And then the Epsilons. Hooray,
the
Epsilons.
Epsilons have gone.
Or sorry, Signars, yeah, the test pilots. A bank! Look, it's a rock! Let's hug the rock.
A barrel roll in this TIE Fighter's future.
Or you see hitting a rock in its future. One of the two. Given that Bill left the other Epsilon to just smack into a rock, who knows? Maybe the Signar test pilot wants to do some collision testing. Signar must have really, really good benefits.
Maybe he's got some collision avoidance technology he needs to test out. A warning light.
Could be.
Proximity alarms.
Signar fleet systems for all your starship needs. HoloNet address is... I don't actually know their HoloNet address.
Mind tricking me.
Jedi mind tricks. Madness. Alright, what did Wampa do? Oh, the shuttle is just going to fly straight forward. That's kind of an interesting position. TIE Fighter's kind of everywhere in the way now.
And what happened last time Rich folded the wings up? The shuttle died. And he still won.
If I had thought for a second we're going to stop that guy, not arcs, but you can. So the way things works at this point,
Target lock.
declare a target
And I
lock,
can hold it however the hell I want.
you own it.
Which ship am I most eager to play in Wave 8? Or Wave 9? Let's see, there's the Ark, the TIE SF, the Gauntlet, Protectorate Gauntlet. What is that?
The fighter.
Whatever.
What
The
people are
Protectorate.
calling it.
Yeah. Probably that, because it will probably have a decent generic.
And if it's close,
Unless the TIE SFS has really fun generics, in which case, hordes of them with accuracy correctors. There may be a generic of those guys that I can take 3 of and give them accuracy correctors and title, and then maybe something else hilarious.
Well, the quick draw is 29 points.
Oh, I may be
So
even
I'd
be able to do
expect
4.
that you might be able to squeeze 4. Special Forces TIE Fighter for me. Quick draw. It's good.
Depends how many of them have EPTs for me at the generic spot.
Oh, I don't know. You don't need EPTs, you just put accuracy corrector on in the title.
Oh, well, the basic one was almost certainly going to be cheap enough to have accuracy corrector or be less than 25. But if you could also squeeze an EPT of some kind in there, imagine, they could be like 4 skill 5 guys, probably only points for adaptability or something.
And no, so that's the scum thing, according to Alex.
Oh, is it? Generics with EPTs?
Yeah, well, low level generics with EPTs.
Well, yeah, but the upper tier generics have been popping up with EPTs, like Red Squadron Veterans, Epsilon, or sorry, the, yeah.
None of the Rebel is what you do for.
No.
I think the only ones were Sabres and Royal Guards.
The
Obviously, Gamma Squadron Vex will be.
Yeah, the only ones that have the,
Oh,
you were wrong.
It didn't fit.
You're terrible.
Oh,
You're terrible.
so get your revenge, it's fine.
You're terrible, Chris. You're just so
If
bad.
he'd have done the K with the, if he'd have done the other ones like I said he should, it would all be fine. He'd still get shots on Inquisitor, because Inquisitor's doing a hard one. So, that's not actually a bad thing.
Yeah. If there's a promising generic with an EPT, whatever that one is. I don't know if the Mandalorian will be very particularly good with it. We'll have to see the dial and so much more. But
I want to just see, I want to fly with Pursuit Craft. Looks like a nice model.
yeah. He's a defender. He can always K-turn next turn without a problem.
So you just dial it in. What does it matter?
Actually, if he completed this one, he might actually be running the risk of that asteroid. I'm not sure. I don't think he is now, but...
Yeah, you can Palpatine the asteroid hit away when you inevitably roll with crit.
Genius. Well, Inquisitor is going to scoot away, probably a reasonable choice. Taking a range 1 shot from that Epsilon doesn't seem like the best idea.
Did you fix your damage sensor array before you barrel roll?
Oh yeah, there's that. Yes.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't he just fix his damage sensor array? Everybody always fixes them on the first roll. Yes. Yeah. What do you mean, bitter? I don't think I've ever fixed anything without Palpatine there to help. Palpatine getting his spanner out.
I feel like you must have fixed at least one thing at some point. You may have forgotten it by now because it was years and years
definitely
ago,
not.
but...
So, I'm 101% certain that I've never succeeded in rolling a die.
Once in a while. Even a blind squirrel finds an acorn. A broken clock is right twice a day, but a slow clock is never right.
It would be. Once.
A slow clock? No, a slow clock would never be right. Because it's always behind.
but time would catch up. If you had infinite time, it would have to tick slower. If you mean a clock that's like 2 minutes behind the time?
Yeah, that clock that's running slow.
Yeah. If it's running slow, it would, for example, take
If it's kept-
101. It would take 61 seconds for a minute hand to go right.
Well, if it's set slow, then no, it's never right.
Yeah, semantics.
Yeah.
I knew what you meant. I was just being pedantic, not facetious. Take your pick.
Both. Uh-oh. You were wrong. That one takes 2.
Is that the epsilon?
Yep, that epsilon at the bottom there.
Oh dear. So which other one took damage, Bill? Which other one took damage? Yeah.
2 points of damage.
And that's both epsilons.
No, 2.
So just point. No, just point to him. Yeah. Yeah.
2. So Steinar over here, and the epsilon over here.
Alright. Wampa pulled a natural crit, looks like.
Yeah. After you've rolled with dice. Yeah.
Might as well not help while I have one.
Under the shields. Who's this? Oh, I thought it would have shot Vesru, you know. Oh.
It's okay. He's happy with shooting that guy anyways. Putting him 1 health. Maybe he can kill him.
Yeah.
Plan. Especially this one.
Come on, Bill, he's new, not bad.
He did this to himself.
I'm bad and I feel bad.
One on Wampa. Vesru's not actually in that many arcs.
Oh, I don't even know if a shuttle's got him in arc from this angle. It'd be very close. In
He's
fact,
shooting
it
at
is taking
the
out
Epsilon anyway. He's trying to scratch it before it gets to poke the Inquisitor. And now we're just waiting for the result. Yep, he's gonna pulp. Now, evades!
Should have Palpatine it, Bill.
I did.
No,
Rich did Palpatine.
Bill should have Palpatine.
Oh yeah, because he totally has it.
Palpatine, then
Crouching Vader, hidden Palpatine.
If only I had a bomber with Oh yeah, my one guy.
I mean, if you want to skip it.
Nothing.
Thanks for the advice.
Well, that did a whole lot of nothing.
Well done, you've been promoted.
Alright, the Inquisitor's maneuver is pretty obvious this turn. I should hope.
We'll see.
The second Signar test pilot is probably going to have to grab a Koyagrin if he wants to be relevant.
We have 19 minutes remaining, gentlemen.
But the two ties at the top aren't in too bad a position.
We have the technology.
No, I was kidding. This was going to slow play that.
So Rich is learning, you know, all the dick moves already.
They come naturally.
War Machine player, right? They come naturally, as he says.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of his t-shirt. Doesn't always fly Imperials, but when he does, they're a-holes.
Then I'm going to nullify that.
So yeah, this should be an interesting turn. See how Rich attempts to recover to try and kill something else, because nothing's pointing a good direction.
Bill still has 3 facilitators on the table, so hopefully it'll go to plan, but
Yep.
I feel like there's going to be struggling for actions this turn for most of them. "16 minutes now. See, it's taking him like 17 minutes to set dials. Like Imperial Assault. Imperial Assault rounds are getting longer, and we've got pre-printed maps.
Not the time problem here. I don't have enough time to play the game because it requires so much thinking.
Shuttle is also in kind of an awkward position. He probably just grabs a hard turn and chases Vessery
I
here,
don't
I
even
think.
think I'd pull a 0 this turn and get in Bill's way.
Maybe.
Because if E1 and S1 don't get locks on the Inquisitor, it neuters Vessery. S2, which is the one furthest left of the TIE Advanced prototypes, isn't going to be in a position to help out very much.
Now that I see what
A turn. I was expecting a bank. Interesting.
So bumps into the back of Wampa.
Yep. It does look like he's not going to be picking up a target lock on the Inquisitor then.
Yep. I would have taken E1 just to check if he was in range.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's chosen to do this.
Should still be a focused juke thing a shot with the evade if he gets a K turning.
Yep. He is going for the chase.
You won't get a perfect angle.
No, but he should come around enough to bring Vessery into arc, so that may be enough.
Yeah.
Even with X7, you can still kill a defender by just continually throwing dice at it.
That's the way you kill anything. You go down eventually.
Yep. Eventually, the green dice will fail.
Good move by Wampa. Sets up for a strong turn next turn.
Wasn't sure it was going to
This one's an 8.
Oh. Now that's an interesting choice. Because he was concerned about the Koagran hitting the rock.
Dead. They're all fucking dead.
Is he simply going to roll away and sacrifice a shot? No, I'm just right next to the mic.
Yeah. I'll move the mic away from Calvin. There you go, you can have my heavy breathing instead. I know you guys like that. Don't get too excited. I can also talk nice and sultry to you now, guys. You know, hope you're enjoying the show so far. A lot more of Rich's a-hole in the shot soon. We'll get him on to model a nice Imperial a-holes t-shirts as well. Available on TeePublic in the Dice Hate store. Oh yeah, the Inquisitor. It's aggressive. Queers his stress.
Doesn't die.
I don't have to use my Palpatine.
Doesn't even require Palpatine to die.
No. Yeah, my TeePublic order is just shipped.
And it was much rejoicing.
I can wear my Poutini t-shirt in like a week. Do they suck? No. What are you talking about?
I just hate you.
It's just you.
Because you're a terrible person.
Maybe this was my game. This was the one I was going to win.
Yeah, so if it's gone, I can modify it. But I don't have anything.
3 on that time. That's 5.
The number of times I see Rich target lock into what he needs compared to when I spend target locks.
You just need to learn to roll that.
Okay, so then my 6 has no shot. And my 2 over here. Shoot at Omega.
Yep, so Bill's doing a whole lot of nothing, because that's what this list tends to do,
Yeah.
when it's rolling 2 dice. There's just 3 natural out of the shuttle.
Yeah. When he still pokes in the crit.
At this point, why not? Full health shuttle, might as well use the pulp to try and kill something. He doesn't really
Oh dear.
Although, at the same time, like,
Yeah, I hear you.
2 versus 3, lost 2 shields, and the base open. That's the problem with Palpatine. He makes you take these.
Normally I'm like, he's last, so it's not a big deal.
So there's 2 of these. And now over here, shoot at Wampa with the target lock.
Okay. We'll show off the t-shirts.
2 natural evades.
Stupid Palpatine. Why didn't you do that?
Well,
So,
1 shield up.
no, because then they're still barons. You only have 2 attack die and don't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah, because
So it's
then
super
when everybody goes on Wampa, there's nothing good that comes out of that.
Now Vessery might as well play good because of all the health. Oh wait, no, he's gonna hit the edge of the world and die, is why. Never mind.
Oh dear. I just doubted it anyway.
So, why not?
I honestly feel like the Imperial Air Holes West is really strong for shorter format.
Yeah. Pretty good at killing one thing and then refusing to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we're kind of seeing here. Eventually you'll kill some stuff, but... The more of the game the shuttle is in the game, the better it is.
Yeah.
So, 15 minutes less to get to make the shuttle irrelevant makes the shuttle better.
Yeah.
The time of the format is always going to be more. It may not seem like it, but it will be. Because some games will simply never go to time.
Yeah. So some tricky decisions on Rich's dials apparently. Not sure where he wants to go with Wampa. But set now.
His bill is very good. Let's see if that confidence pays off.
Inquisitor's move's pretty obvious.
Turn left.
And then the move from Omega Leader is as good as irrelevant.
Qui-Gon is probably the best bet.
You could swoop.
Yes, his left might be involved. sure what Bill is looking to do here since he's no longer looking to target lock to set up his stuff. So. Crazy Bill is crazy.
I'm trying to convince Paul that he should, or Drasniter on the chat. I don't know if he's watching today, but trying to convince him that he should get his Infinity stuff painted up, so we can start playing some Infinity, get that streamed. Oh yeah, on the rock.
Rock on.
I'm not used to the big shuttle game.
All day today and last Monday.
Already.
So Shield, terrible.
And I got like, first thing you're on.
Wampa just taking up space on the table. If we're streaming Infinity, the dice cam becomes the mobile camera.
Yeah, was he going to go somewhere useful?
You've got a barrel roll to try and block the Inquisitor. Oh no.
Nope, looks like he's going to have focus.
Oh, the Inquisitor runs away.
I guess he just doesn't want to die. Die for your Emperor!
You've only killed things, haven't injured it. Well, that's wing best rate.
Which wing? He's got like 6.
What else is worth streaming? I don't think anyone would want to watch Age of Sigmar.
Blood Bowl, I think, has got the potential to be a good game for streaming. I'm not sure about Guild Ball yet. I still feel like the play is too slow, as dynamic as the game is. Armada, I feel like, still needs to be recorded. I honestly feel like Imperial Assault is fast enough and clear enough with the grid pattern and stuff that you could stream Imperial Assault. Other than that, I have no interest in streaming War Machine, so they can all die in a fire. The problem with Armada is that it's a 3-hour game of 6 turns. So
Because everybody loves half-hour turns.
One to me.
Inquisitor is terrible. Depends on your back.
yeah.
Could have kept the focus on.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't gonna see it. Because I can't kill him, so yeah.
I did.
So no damage on the signer. That is true. I won't deny. I think hate's a strong word, but I just, why play the knockoff when you can play Blood Bowl? Why play Kings of War when you can play Warhammer? You know, it's.
You can't play Warhammer Fantasy anymore?
I've got the books. I can play. I remember the rules back to 5th edition pretty well.
By the way, last round.
I've got to paint some fishermen skilled for Aaron Bonner this week. So I'll throw some pictures up on the Dice Hate Productions Facebook page if you want to see.
Another very KG low damage game.
My advice, I think you should because this is the last round.
Yeah, time.
If you Palpatine that, I don't get half points for it, and then I'm just sad.
Do you have to take out shield, or do you just do half the damage to him?
Just half total health, yep.
And this guy had Wampa. Hopefully I can kill him with just 2 shots. Then I start to knock.
I'm sure I've spoken about it before, but it's not even the actual games themselves. I've seen them play, and I'm sure they're fun game systems. I don't like the marketing strategy of you should play our games because we're not Games Workshop, and Games Workshop are the devil.
Yeah, that's just, a dick move.
Yeah, it's like ride the coattails, you know, sell your. They were basically started as a company who made models for people to play in 7th edition fantasy, but then swag off the people who gave them the opportunity to be a company.
Parasitic business practice.
The same thoughts on Chapter House Studios. There were many ways of marketing your shoulder pads without having to call them Ultramarines. No. Oh, you can keep playing if you really want to. We're all about pleasing you, Rich.
I understand it's just a choice. It doesn't matter. Plus, no, I'm good.
Another round. How's this gonna work? You got everything on the table, so I need to do more than one damage.
You need to kill the Inquisitor and half points to a shuttle.
Because I'm going to do that every turn, just for defense.
Yeah, and anything that Omega Ace can get it.
So, Bill's just talking through with Rich how the game could have gone had we played out a couple more rounds. He's basically, Rich is still in a strong position.
Yeah.
So,
Quite strong.
it's more of if you want to have more games or not.
Yeah, if you only want 2 games, then we're content to not have a time limit.
Yeah. But you can't complain that you've only seen half a game when it's midnight and they're still playing. Yeah. Do you want to come and talk about it on the stream again? Okay, so we'll leave you with Rich and Bill while they come and chat about their experiences in this game.
Rich is new, so we're hazing him by making him drag his chair around everywhere.
Yeah.
I deserve it after. I was just saying that I noticed that I never once hit his ships, but I hit mine a whole bunch. So just bad planning.
Self-blocking's a perfectly valid tactic.
It actually is.
It wasn't, it wasn't where I meant to move my ships. A couple times it worked out because of where you moved to and where you messed, like especially that
Yeah.
one time. And I think if I had to do it over again, I think I just ignore your big ship because he's so hard to kill with the defense. Unless I got everything to bear on him. So.
Yeah, with the free evade, Vassery is always going to take a focus if he's got a bunch of guys with target locks, and so that actually makes him harder to kill in the long run. Which the title is a distinct improvement with this build, but like I was saying, Twitch chat may not have heard. But when you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. When you've got that dial in your hand, and you can say, if I do a 3, a 4, or a 5, I'll get an evade token. Why do I want to do a 1 and a 2? Does it get me a better shot, or do I stay alive longer?
Yeah.
You play with that dial, and you only see 3s, 4s, and 5s. Which is a funny problem to have with that ship.
Yeah, I want to fly it more. I do like it. I'll stick with Vessery, I think, for now.
Yeah, same.
In your list, I feel like you could either drop 2 of the other ships, or either drop both of the Epsilons or both of the Sinars and put in another punchy ship.
Right, yep.
Juno, you know, she's
Junie,
awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
She'd be good.
She would.
You don't like
It's a
Junie?
trap.
I
You
like
could
the-
take a Phantom.
For 30 points?
Sigma.
Oh yeah.
With fire
Stygium.
control and Stygium.
Yeah. I really like Stygium Particle Accelerator because I like things that everyone hates.
And again, I have no comment on future list building because I don't know what they're talking about yet. So.
Yeah. You only know the list that you got given off the internet.
Which is a solid list, especially in a 60-minute game. Because it's
There was
just...
no venom in that comment, by the way. That was just a statement.
Yes. I should just have a shirt that says Power Gamer deal with it or something like that. So, because it's like,
I'm glad I listened to Chris.
crossed out. I actually liked your list. Like it just shows, like, you know, because I had those times where I rolled 3 evades. So when you had your 3 hits or this whatever, I was like, oh, that was scary. Like, because if you'd taken out a Micrometer one more
Yeah,
time-
those 2 times where you got like 3 hits.
Oh, I was
Oh
like-
no!
I was like,
Oh, I almost lost the shit. Oh,
Yeah.
oh no, Billy.
well,
I'm
think
so
of
worried.
it. Think of it from the point of view of a Palpatine player. Okay.
Yeah.
I am. Oh no, you got 3 hits on me. Alright, so as long as I roll any dice, it doesn't matter what the result is, and I've heard them all. That was nice, yeah, thanks. Do you want to try again?
I have to do that 3 times in a row to do damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vester is good because he pushes that damage through.
Yes.
But I don't think he's got enough backup in that list. I feel like a Special Forces TIE Fighter is right up your alley.
Oh yeah. They look like they're going to be pretty expensive though, so
Just quick draw.
Quick draw,
with,
yeah.
1 upgrade.
the title.
Baffle.
Oh, the title's free.
Baffle and title. Fly at Fel and baffle yourself.
In the movement phase.
Yeah.
Where are your tokens now, Fel? I like it.
I think I'm gonna go grab a quick snack before I play this next one. Just
Oh,
Before Calvin destroys you.
I should probably get my junk off the table so that they don't make fun of me like I made fun of Chris.
So, have you got any new thoughts on Wave 9, or do you want to go over what you were saying on Saturday? We do want some Wave 9 talk. I wanted
man.
to hold it till you were here
Oh, right, yeah.
for all the fun talk of Wave 9.
I really want to see what Tail Gunner does and what the text on the card reads, because I feel like every faction might benefit from Tail Gunner if it does something cool.
Or Fire Sprays.
Fire sprays for sure,
For Imperials.
and
Scum.
and scum. Although,
Yeah, because Calf Scarlet needs more.
yeah, more juice. What have we got? Fang Fighter or
The
Protectorate. whatever you want to call it.
Thanks.
Fang. It says Fang on the
Yeah,
on
on
the
the
page.
article.
That ship is probably right up my alley because it looks terrible. It looks like you point your ships at your opponent, hope he plays ball, and then when he doesn't,
You die.
you pay for it.
The math on it doesn't work out,
I don't.
which means you have to do more than. Yeah, I don't know. Fen Ru, is it?
Wow.
Fen Ro. With Push the Limit title, I've been reliably informed that the math doesn't work out. So
Reliably. Calculator?
I don't care.
Probability equations?
It's the math doesn't work out right up until that one time where you roll 6 evades at range 1 and mock your opponent and then blow them up.
Sort of like 7 evade dice from 3 agility at range 3 with a debris and a stealth device, and
Play
I think
epic.
maybe, well,
You
you
get
can always
plus
have.
3 from.
Oh, but I've done this. I've had seven evade results on Sarisu, who then exploded because
Because she took Cerisi.
well,
And that
partly
was her job.
to get shot at. 7 evade dice, 0 evade results. Welcome to the party, Protectorate fighter.
Yeah. I can't help but feel like I'm going to take it and it's going to frustrate me more than the sequel.
It's just a backwards heavy sick interceptor.
So I'm just going to start playing with them now. Put them 6 on the base backwards. Got 6 of them, you know.
You've got 6 of those. Wow.
Yeah, 6. Everyone needs 6.
Well, hopefully they'll pair well with Fang fighters.
But does the Fang fighter come with a title for the Fang that says minus 18 points off the seek? So you every time you take one, your squad points go
Get a
down.
little bit higher.
Need Rearc. You do need Rearc 170 with I don't know. 3PO and R2 still my favourite.
Yeah. Jammed into 1 starfighter.
Or Tactician Strasbot.
Yep. Yep. Wait. No. Because you know that thing is going to have a Hawk adjacent dial.
Says it's got 6 screens.
Okay.
So I can
And-
tell you
and
what the
then-
6 screens will be.
Yeah, and then anything
So-
above 1 and 2 is going to be bright red.
Alright.
Yeah. I
So
suppose-
take Ezra and I don't know, some other droid. Ezra
Ezra isn't a droid.
Yeah, there's a crew. And if it's got loads of red, that helps you when you're stressed.
Oh, yeah.
Add more crits.
I do forget about Ezra.
No one suspects the Ezra.
No.
The hidden Ezra's the best Ezra.
I see Kelvin manhandling my tokens right now.
Just brush all his stuff away, no one cares.
Yeah, that's...
You're
The
mine.
target lock tokens are mine, everything else is Chris's. They're Chris's and they're good. Because you're not Chris.
I hate you all.
We're not Dice.
They only hate him.
That's right. It's in the title. Dice hate.
I hate you all.
We're not Dice. I keep telling you.
Sometimes I'm nice.
I suppose while we were talking, I should have been typing at the same time.
Well, you made your choice.
Oh, I've got to live with it now.
You roped Richard into appearing on the stream more often, and then you made him play 3 games of X-Wing on the hottest day of the year in hell.
Yeah,
You're a good friend.
we said we're friends. VI title. I can't remember what else.
Are you
Calvin's
retyping
got.
Richard's list?
No, I've got to do Calvin's now.
Calvin's dumb list?
So Zuckus has got VI title. Obviously, it
You want me
includes
to
the
go
track
check?
being. Yeah, you can do. I can't remember. I've only seen it.
He has no upgrades. It's a legitimate play.
Lock it in, Chris. Lock it in.
Yeah, I'm just under tractor beam fire control.
Fire control system. That's the one. So just give me a blue one first. What's on the blue one?
I feel like I just crop dusted them.
Probably. So you all stink. Every one of you.
It's hot as balls in here.
Yeah.
Actually, it's curiously hotter outside. I don't know.
Which of these asteroids are yours?
None of them, they're all Chris's. Except for the ones that Richard brought.
Big one, and bent one.
The mustache.
No, the L shape.
Mustache.
No, the mustache is the tiny one.
I
Trust
believe
me.
the community is split on that.
Okay.
It's a pencil mustache.
Throw me the L-shaped rock.
Yeah.
Not really. If your mustache looks like this, you've trimmed it wrong.
What if it looks like this?
Well, you've got a bit sticking out here.
Whatever. The other one looks just as bad.
But it's smaller, so it makes you just look like Hitler.
Which you should be doing.
Plasma. Yeah. That's enough for me. I don't really care if that's his list or not. That's what he's getting written down. Yeah. Consummate professional.
People tune in every week because of your professionalism.
I've only had 3 hours sleep today.
You're in the military, you should be able to live with that.
I can, that's why I'm still here doing my job.
Oh, okay.
Just in spite of the raging heat.
It's just another excuse to complain.
I don't need excuses. And it's not complaining, it's just giving a commentary on life.
Which is why everyone's tuning in.
Everyone loves it.
They're certainly not tuning in for Calvin's summer cold.
That was my favourite. Everyone enjoyed the heavy breathing.
And sniffles. Sniffles on camera.
There we go. That works good enough to be Calvin's list. Do for me.
Can we call this slow playing?
Well, just disappearing. Well, you're saying you don't want to be Calvin,
Calvin doesn't want to be me.
but you might win.
This might be my only chance to win.
So, can Rich make it 3-0, or will Calvin mercilessly destroy him like the pig dog that he is?
I almost expect Rich to pull it out. Suppose I should have finished that sentence with from the
Like,
toilet.
The win.
I meant my penis.
You can do that on stream because no one will see anyway.
No, it's so small.
I'd like to say that it's And I'm getting cranky. Stupid diet.
Oh, yeah, your sawdust. Your only sawdust diet.
Yeah. Oh, it's good, man. It's good.
Yeah.
I feel thinner already.
Yeah. You'd have trouble not feeling thin on that diet.
I should say thinner.
Yeah. Implying that you were thin to begin with. And here come the pretzels.
The Jumpmaster 5000.
This is a dark day for baseball.
I'm glad I get to go home to a non-air-conditioned house. And
Oh my god, me too. On the top floor.
oh, it's better for me. Now I'm gonna go in the basement and play on the computer again. I got up at 2 in the morning, second sleep, and then just played League of Legends until 6 in the morning.
I'm seriously considering sleeping in the car park tonight.
I do have beer, I just won't drink it because I have willpower.
Also, they don't allow drinking at the Sentry Box.
Not like Sparta Games in Omaha.
What?
They do allow it.
Why are you telling me this now?
They absolutely do. 100%.
I think we need a judge call.
I can, yeah, I can be back in 10 minutes.
Absolutely do. I used to hide it. Greg said it was fine. So I'm like, this is a water bottle.
Oh, Wave 9 EBTs. Oh, yeah.
Oh, what do you think?
It's like the gravy.
Gravy? What do we know so far?
There's one it's called Fiala.
Feral.
And I think is that the only EBT?
Fear of the dark.
I'm going to have to check the article again now. I've not looked at it for a while because I hate X-Men.
I don't think we know many of the EPTs from Wave 9. There's Wired,
Adrenaline Rush.
Adrenaline Rush,
Yeah.
Veteran Instincts,
Yeah. All the good ones.
Feral. I feel like that may be an Icelandic name.
Yeah. It's gone all 40k. You can equip this EPT and get Space Wolves. The stupidest faction ever invented.
Tactical
Yeah.
jammers.
Yeah,
I need more of those.
Countermeasures.
Yeah, countermeasures. We don't have enough countermeasures.
IG88. And I'm still gonna say D. Screw you, internet. Making a fifth IG. Don't
The fifth
talk.
made up IG.
Don't talk wet. It's gonna be IGD.
Typical aggressive maneuvers from Richard.
Yeah, he does. bum rush you.
He's bum rushing Wampa.
In his Imperial a-hole.
Starting the game off well, I see.
Intentional bumping is a valid strategy.
You just don't have to employ it every time.
It's best on the opening moves because he probably can't kill you.
Maybe. Oh, a cagey opening from Calvin. Now, the good thing you have to remember is we're not actually being too mean to Rich here, because his first few games of X-Wing was with the Triple Jump Master West.
Oh wow. And he just beat the snot out of both of us. Richard's keeping his shuttle in the corner this time, which is a pretty typical
The
opening for Imperial a-holes.
So, I will say that I still think that this is an Imperial a-hole list. I do think that Karnor and the Inquisitor are interchangeable, because they're both a-holes for different reasons.
Yes.
Because Karnor doesn't like the Inquisitor, because he never has a focus token and he turns off his auto thrusters. Whereas in Karnor's an a-hole to everybody as well. So I do feel like they both function the same kind of way. It just comes down to play style. I prefer this. I sold Richard on this version last week. He was running the more traditional Imperial a-holes with Karnor. But this one provides a more consistent damage output from the Inquisitor because he's always taking that target lock.
We'll see if they don't just explode from proton torpedoes.
From just parking in front of some jump masters.
Yeah.
It depends if Rich knows how barrel rolls work. No, I'm calling it an a-hole list, so.
Yep.
Oh.
I think the Inquisitor is definitely less of an a-hole than Jax.
But I think that you have to have Captain Kagi
Yeah.
in that list if you're gonna go down there.
I don't like to put Kagi on the shuttle because it just makes your opponent want to shoot at him. And I feel like if you've got Palpatine on the shuttle, you'd sort of prefer that your opponent not think about shooting at him. We'll see what kind of an a-hole Calvin's gonna be, and he's gonna be polite. Rich did put his template down on the dumb side there, but Calvin let him take it back. The gentleman that he is. I did really like Terrence's use of Manaroo in this type of list,
Yeah.
because that way, whichever one misses the action can still end up with a mess of focus
Oh, dear,
tokens.
That's bad. Should have barrel rolled and boosted into range 1.
We still can.
No, because he's just tokened up.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see that now.
At least they're all going to shoot at one of them,
Yeah.
and then Zuckus will clean up the rest. This is where I wish I'd been evil, because Rich does this a lot. I was going to take assault missiles.
Well, you've probably got as many as I have, and it's in the double digits.
I try and not hard counter Rich's lists
Assault,
because I'm not.
assault missiles and ruthlessness. Take that, Rich. Cluster your ships together. Oh, Zuckus gonna give out 5 evade dice this turn?
I would.
I would.
To a shuttle.
I think you'd miss the shuttle.
Oh yeah. Some evades. Oh yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, come and get your love.
Sorry, say that again.
I don't know. Apparently we're talking about come and get your love now.
Oh, okay.
I do have it.
Get your cassette tapes ready.
I can't put it on because then we'll get copyright infringements and they'll just mute it all out anyway. That's why when we record on Mondays now, there's no music playing.
That's interesting.
Because if you turn it up downstairs, it's too loud and the mic picks it up.
I think we should play some royalty-free music from now on. Support the Creative Commons community.
Did I say Guardians of the Galaxy? I think I did.
You did say Guardians of the Galaxy.
I went watching X-Men Apocalypse last night as well.
Oh, that's why you only got 2 hours of sleep.
It is long.
It is a long movie.
What do you think?
I enjoyed it.
Weapon X.
Yeah.
It's the only good bit. No, it was good. It was fine.
X-Men movies do a vague disservice to some characters.
Yeah. I don't feel like I forgot the guy's name now, but it doesn't compare to Cillian McKellen as Magneto.
Oh, Michael Fassbender.
Yeah. It's good, I like him, but
Yeah.
the serious parts of the acting in it,
Yes. Well, Cillian McKellen's getting on in years.
yeah, it can't be Magneto forever, and they probably couldn't afford him in the
Yeah.
reboot.
Which is the problem with using older actors.
But it was awesome. from Wigan.
Is he really? Ian McKellen. Oh, I didn't know that. He hides his accent well.
You're trying to say I don't?
Not at all. I don't think you should.
Is that when I'm reading from the Imperial Assault campaign? Suddenly I enunciate and speak correctly. Yeah. Oh, Nightcrawler can't. No one's favourite X-Men is Nightcrawler.
Well, he's dead in the comics now.
Wolverine's dead in the comics, isn't he?
Wolverine's probably not coming back.
That's because Marvel hates Fox.
That's right, yeah. Supposedly they've been writing...
They've just been killing them all off.
no,
one by
they've been writing out Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's relationship to Magneto over the last handful of years in order to fully cement their place in the Avengers movie series. Although then they went ahead and killed Quicksilver in the Avengers film, so I'm not sure where that stands.
What's wrong with Nightcrawler? It's dull.
Oh no, he's so much more he's dull in the movies. He's interesting in the comics.
You have to remember, my experience of X-Men is the cartoon in the 90s.
Oh,
I watched
yeah.
all of them. I watched them again on YouTube like a year or so ago. And like the Dark Phoenix saga.
Yeah,
Same for Spider-Man.
classic. Oh god. The Spider-Man on Fox Kids in the 90s.
Yeah, I suppose it would be a different network than
Yeah.
I watched it on because it was in the UK.
Right, yeah. Amazing.
And Iron Man.
I never watched Iron Man as a kid.
I was so happy when there was going to be a Mandarin
Oh.
as a villain, and then it was like, oh, this is
That
shit.
was such a great twist. Oh, bite your tongue. Sir
It
Ben
was
Kingsley.
good.
Sir Ben Kingsley as the Mandarin, and he's this drunk, washed-out actor who just took a part. But then
It was
they pull the
good.
rug out from under you in the Marvel one-shot, where he might actually have been a mastermind the entire time. Yeah, watch Hail to the King. It's on one of the DVD extras. I don't know. You should be able to find it somewhere.
I need to buy or find them on some street, like Netflix or whatever. All of the Batman ones. Well, I used to
God.
watch. I love Mark
You want
Hamill.
to borrow them?
Mark Hamill's Joker is probably my favorite.
Did you know they're doing The Killing Joke?
Yes.
Yeah.
I bought the comic, the hardback.
Yeah.
It's still in the cellophane.
Nice.
I was reading the Dark Justice series for Judge Dredd.
Yep. Oh, nice.
Yeah. Judge
Yeah.
Death,
You're-
my
you're-
hero.
You're a Brit, so Judge Dredd.
Yeah. There you go, guys. It's not that I hate people, but Judge Death is my hero. The crime is life, the punishment is death. Oh, dear. I like... McAvoy was okay.
Yeah.
Xavier, he was good.
It's hard to beat McAvoy as Xavier is brilliant. He's a good actor. He does great with the role. The most wonderful thing about his part is Deadpool's joke
Yeah.
when Colossus drags him off to see Xavier. And
Yeah.
Deadpool's response is, Stewart or McAvoy, I can't keep these timelines straight.
I do. Deadpool is the best X-Men movie
Agreed.
by far.
Yeah.
I hate German mutants. No, I love Magneto.
He's Polish.
But it's Eastern European. you know, all the same.
All right, fair enough.
He said, well, I suppose I did pick on Davina as well. So maybe I do hate German people. Maybe it's because I'm English.
Is she German?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I think she's from East Germany.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. We can do the knock-knock joke. The Gestapo. I also have to remind myself that I can talk to people now who wouldn't know that East Germany was a thing. Is that just the eastern part of Germany?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Having grown up in the 80s.
I had a piece of the Berlin Wall.
Really? Oh, wow.
Well, we had a piece in my mum and my stepdad's house. They were both in the military,
Okay.
and they had a piece of the Berlin Wall.
Wow.
Yeah,
Did they put it on display?
it was just in the cupboard.
Oh, wow. Big rock.
Living through history. Not a big piece. It was a stone,
Big rock with some spray paint on it.
basically. Zuckus does stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure either of us have been paying attention. I think one of Richard's ships exploded.
Oh damn it!
Which is-
Leader's
that's
already
on
dead. Oh, stupid internet making me talk about stuff I enjoy.
It's the torpedoes. Within 20 minutes, too.
I like having lived through bits of history.
Yeah.
See, this is proper colour commentary. We don't care about the game. Yeah, guys, watch the game. We'll update the score as we go. Enjoy yourselves.
If you want to listen to a good podcast, check out Stuff You Should Know. It's two guys talking about stuff
You should know.
that you should know, but they get sidetracked and talk about movies all the time.
I'll go and check what's been spent.
Yeah. And I will try to keep you entertained with random musings. Chris is an actual Army participant. He was in the Royal Air Force. Oh my god, Fin Fang Foom and
No.
Agents of Hate.
Not Ping Pong Boom.
No, Warren Ellis did an amazing run on a comic series called. Oh god, I'm gonna have to look this up now. It wasn't the Avengers, but it was.
I have to be honest, I'm excited to see Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh my god, yeah.
If they don't, it feels like it's going to be a perfect mix of the Marvel Cinematic
Next
Universe
wave. Yes.
and the good parts of Batman Begins.
I like that Marvel's been dipping their toes into the mystical, where they've grounded most of their stuff up until Wave 3 in let's just throw some air quotes up here that no one can see, science.
Yeah.
Captain America was the product of the super soldier serum program, and Iron Man uses engineering to create a robot
But
suit.
Tesseract and Loki and Thor.
Well, when they start introducing Thor, they start throwing out the idea that there is magic, but it's just science for aliens.
Yeah.
And now with Doctor Strange, they're saying, no, it's just magic.
Again, I first got Doctor Strange in the Spider-Man cartoon.
Yeah.
And the Punisher,
Oh, yeah.
as in the Spider-Man cartoon, and Blade.
Blade, yeah.
Yeah.
My introduction to Blade was the Wesley Snipes movies. The second of which, Guillermo del Toro's Blade 2, is far and away one of my favorite
Which is
movies.
the one with Trinity's bad.
Trinity isn't bad. Trinity is terrible. And I say that as someone who worked on the movie
Worked on it?
briefly. I lived in Vancouver at the time.
Oh, and then you moved here and it was all terrible. I stayed to watch the terrible extra credit scene in Apocalypse,
Oh, yeah.
and I was like, I really, really don't care who the second
Essex
assistant.
Corp?
Yeah, Essex
That's
Corp.
Mr. Sinister.
Mr. Sinister. Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Too late now. You've said it.
Uh,
So, spoiler it before you say things.
there's a delay.
Yeah, but it doesn't change time.
Oh, but Sinister ties it in with Deadpool because Sinister steals the Summers' son,
Cable.
transports him to the future where he grows up to be Cable, and then comes back in time and pals around with Deadpool inexplicably
Because Deadpool needs friends.
because Deadpool wasn't going
But the
anywhere.
other so I bought 4 comic books while I was doing my tour around the US.
Oh, nice.
I got the Dark Justice and the Dark Judges series, so just a collection of the stories.
Right.
That was 2 of them. I bought the Killing Joke. Oh, was
Oh,
it
yeah.
Endgame? I got one of the. I think it might be Endgame actually. Joker, the Batman Endgame
Oh,
series.
right. Yeah.
And I got my favourite one was Deadpool versus Carnage.
Oh, I think I've read that one. Yeah. Yeah.
Carnage is one of my favourite villains.
I have a what if where Deadpool wound up with the black symbiote. No, it was the Carnage symbiote,
Yeah.
and he wore it like a wig.
I have Deadpool versus Thanos. I got some of the actual comics for that.
That's awesome. I need those.
Fun times.
That is a big bump from Richard.
So this is all the crap I want to talk about on YouTube. Just do videos
Movies and
about-
comic books?
Or just everything. Just have a proper geek channel. Just I want to get something that people don't seem to be doing on YouTube as much is having the interaction with their audience. So I want to get the subscribers and do. I'll have a Dice Hate Skype
Yep.
and just get people in. We'll pick a subject, have a Skype call and record it, and just talk crap for
Create a
20 minutes.
Patreon page and invite people who want to support you to participate. And people will give you $5-10 just to talk about Star Wars and X-Men.
So I can't see any more damage on Rich's stuff. Mr. Sinister's going to be interesting.
If Mr. Sinister ties in
Have you
Cable with Deadpool,
I read the Sinister Origin comic as well.
oh yeah,
On the Victorian.
yeah, the 1850s. Yeah,
I have to be honest, I always thought it looked a bit stupid. Well, it looked almost as bad as Crank, villain-wise.
I always want to see the movies try really hard to make the dumb-looking costumes that the X-Men have.
Oh,
just
I was
just
so disappointed when
shoehorn
they wore
them.
blue costumes as well. It's like
yeah.
yellow, come on.
Yeah. Well, they were yellow in First Class, and I thought that was amazing. And then when Cyclops says, "Hey, look, guys, flight suits. They look a little bit like X-Men costumes."
Yeah.
It was disappointing.
Yeah.
But if Mr. Sinister can have giant tinfoil spikes hanging off his shoulders, bouncing up and down while he cackles maniacally, I will buy VHS copies of that film as well as Blu-ray as well as digital.
What do you think about the costume for Cumberbatch for Doctor Strange?
Oh yeah,
That was awesome.
yes, it looks
Very, very well done.
it looks good. Anything Benedict Cumberbatch does looks good though.
When he's Khan.
I went to see that movie because he was in it, and I was disappointed. I'm afraid I'm not going to be going to see the next.
We'll both go.
I don't think I will. I'm done with rebooted Star Trek. If the rebooted TV series ends up being in the rebooted universe, I will forgive it for that, but I don't know.
What about...
Something just happened.
Yeah, something's gonna die.
I think Wampa just exploded.
Yeah.
Oh, Palpatine's fixing some things. Oh, this is the Inquisitor.
That was Zuckus' shot, so there's still some torpedo boat action as well. So no
Star
shields.
Trek is always terrible. That's not why people watch it.
I like both. I didn't get on board with Voyager. I found it dull.
I'm one of those rare people that hated Deep Space Nine.
I enjoyed.
No, sorry. Deep Space Nine was my favorite.
Yeah,
I
Deep
hated,
Space Nine is
hated
my
Voyager.
favorite. There was one. It was a bit slow starter, and it was just sitcom in space.
Yeah.
Sorry, space drama in space. But when the actual Dominion thing all starts off, I thought it was really, really well done.
Yes.
The acting was probably as strong as it's been in any of them.
Agreed. Patrick Stewart will always be my favorite Star Trek captain.
I also think that you got to look at Picard doesn't annihilate a Borg because he's not a dick. Janeway, bitch.
Yeah.
Just mass genocide. That seems like it's in accordance with the Prime Directive.
Yeah. Well, they were a threat, so let's go for it.
Yeah, if I was in the Klingon Empire, I'd agree.
Yeah.
There's actually damage on that torpedo boat now. So Rich got some damage down to Iron Warrior's hull, the silver one. Oh dear. Oh, I loved Enterprise. I was so sad when Trip died. Spoilers. Oh, sorry. Is that the wrong way around?
Yeah, oh god, I didn't enjoy Enterprise at all. And I could see what they were doing at the time. They were trying to reboot the universe, and I was
I'm going to say something which lots of people can hate me for. If I could bring back one series, it wouldn't be Firefly. I'd let them do Enterprise properly.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I didn't watch Firefly, and I assume Twitch chat is looking up my address right now so they can burn my house down.
Don't get me wrong, I really, really, really like Firefly.
Okay.
I think it was very good, and it was criminal what the network did.
The network definitely killed that show.
Oh, so we're going to start in the middle because it's got a train robbery. Yeah. But to be fair to the network, they asked for lasers.
Yeah, they were given cowboys.
Lasers.
Yes.
They wanted Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, I watched 2 or 3 episodes of it and couldn't get into it. I think another shield just got taken off.
Yeah, Inquisitors lost a shield. it's almost like Palpatine's being Palpatine, and this list is filled with a-holes.
Kelvin's still able to use focus actions, though.
I felt sorry for Shatner.
What happened to Shatner?
As in, they've not had anything to do with.
Oh, yeah. So they didn't want to show a old round version of Captain Kirk in the
Yeah.
rebooted universe?
That's fine,
Yeah.
but you know, I just feel like they could have given him something. You know, throw the guy a bone.
Well, yeah.
But that's because I love Denny Crane, and
Yeah.
Boston Legal is one of my favourite TV shows.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah, I'll agree with that, because I think Shatner is one of the most wonderful actors doing the con circuit, because he really seems to enjoy it.
have you seen all of his Twitter posts whenever he posts to NASA and everything?
Yeah.
It's good fun. You should look up Shatner on. You should follow Shatner on Twitter.
I'd have to respect Twitter.
They all call him Captain. He'll just tweet at the International Space Station. How's it going? Off to report, Captain. Everything's going well.
That's so wonderful. If you
If you have not seen Boston Legal, get all of the series. It is amazing. I forgot the guy's name now. Oh dear. He's in the blacklist as well. Oh damn it.
the main guy?
The guy who plays Ultron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spader. James Spader.
Yeah, he's an amazing actor
Right.
as well.
Yeah.
The casting is really strong, and they just throw in random Star Trek people all the time.
Gargoyles did that
Yeah.
too.
Shatner's ringtone is the comlink whenever and he's got a flip phone, so he just flips it open.
And it beeps.
Oh, it's good.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I also like. It's funny because they used one of his first ever black and white films where he played a lawyer, and they tie it into one of the episodes. So he has flashbacks where it's clips from the film. But it's really well done.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I never watched that. I'm gonna have to check it out. I think when Bruce Campbell was on the Nerdist, he talked about his obsession with collecting celebrity autographs,
Yeah.
and it just goes on for like 40 minutes, and it's one of the funniest damn things I've ever heard. And one of them was definitely Shatner. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Campbell and Shatner meet at cons all the time.
Yeah.
And Bruce Campbell was saying that Shatner was one of the few people that actually really loves doing the cons. But he has no idea who Bruce Campbell is, even though they've met dozens of times.
So all of the casting in it is just really strong. Candice Bergen is one of the leads. It's the female lead. But it's just really good. No damage onto the Inquisitor flying on that rock.
Rich just made a reference to Oprah giving away $8 million worth of cars.
Did you not see? No.
And that's why you
Because
the numbers.
John Oliver gave away $15 million in debt.
Questionable.
Everything that man says is questionable.
So everyone got taxed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
John Oliver just got it off there.
Assuming they were accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one problem with Boston Legal is that it will make you want to smoke giant cigars and drink expensive scotch.
That's something that I struggle with every day.
It's a show for you, Bill.
Yeah.
It's a show for you.
Definitely check this out.
The end of it reminds me of those the old-fashioned shot, but closed in the same way, and it is on the balcony, discussing the lessons you've learned from today's show, and it's done in the same way as Deadpool is. They don't exactly break the third wall, but they do.
Fourth wall.
Yeah. They talk about this series and
Right.
stuff like that. It's very well done.
They don't actually turn to the camera and then ask him to look away while they murder someone.
Oh dear. Deadpool.
One hit.
1 of 8. Because X-Wing is happening. Should give Richard points as well, you know, it's sort of me. 20 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I was just in the process of saying that.
I wanted to cut you off, so I said it important.
Yeah. Or pushy. Here comes the big roll. We're just warming those dice up.
I feel like the shuttle was going to win big today.
You're allowed to spend
Roll those dice, Rich.
So you're at 3.
Roll them.
those hit
Yes. Yeah. If I'm honest, I have no idea. Just agreeing with Calvin because he scares me.
Oh damn, we're losing viewers to Boston Legal. No.
Yeah,
just leave the stream on.
Hold on.
Turn,
Leave the stream on your computer.
turn the volume down. You don't need to listen to
Watch
us talking,
Netflix in a tab,
I don't think it's on Netflix.
or put it in your DVD player on your computer, or Blu-ray. If you're a Rockefeller.
I started
Or
watching
download it on a torrent.
the Blacklist came
you're a
out
criminal.
just as I was moving to Canada, so I watched the first few episodes,
Oh yeah.
and then I've not watched any more since because it
Yeah.
was obviously the series weren't aligned.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. Because you watched it 6 months after it aired, and then you came here and you could have watched a year later. Yes. Blacklist is good. I did basically the same thing where I watched the first half of the first season, said this is really cool, and then couldn't watch any more for whatever reason. That's a damage on Wampa.
2 really crappy rolls on both sides.
It's a damage on Wampa.
I'm just putting it down.
it.
That was the
Still don't hit it.
Yeah.
Is it like they're a bunch of a-holes?
Just a straight up dice.
Yeah. It's a dice game. Someday a game of X-Wing will be played where no one rolls any faces at all.
And in that game, the actually correctors win.
So accuracy, your reliance on accuracy correctors is your reflection of whether or not you think you will win the lottery and be struck by lightning.
We're both mutually exclusive, so
Or you could do both of them.
do it at the same time.
You could do them at the same time. And roll nothing but blanks for an entire game of X-Wing.
So I need to. I've already got my YouTube video made for Wednesday. I think that one is a Should I Fly It for the Crack Swarm, I think it is. So I've got a video about the Crack Swarm coming up, but I'm going to do one tomorrow. So I was thinking about talking about the Hawk list, the 4 Hawks
Four Hawks.
that went 6-0 in the Yavin Open. Made the second day. And,
I have not been paying attention to this. That did not happen.
It did. Did.
6 wins and
6
0
wins.
losses?
Yep. Yeah.
Dorsal turrets?
Nope. TLTs.
Oh
Mux, Paylob, and 2 Spice Runners.
my god. It's finally happening. Hawks are coming back. We're all nice in comparison.
It was. There's been back and forth about whether the UK meta is obviously terrible. There's no way Orc's gonna be good, or this guy is some kind of idiot savant. So I don't want to spoil too much of a video, but you know. I want to do a video where I don't actually have to concentrate and can just enjoy myself and talk at the camera. You've
Question?
got 16 and a half minutes remaining, gentlemen. So that should be good fun. And then I have to paint this Guild Ball stuff, but I want to record some unboxings. Well, not really. I'm not going to do a traditional unboxing because that's just dull as fuck.
You're gonna fill it with explosives and
Well, I'm going to have the box open and go, look how cool this is, and then talk about it. Rather than,
it sounds like a pretty typical unboxing.
oh, because they show you, it's, oh yeah, look inside the box, I don't care. Tell me what you think about it.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I don't
yeah,
care
yeah.
about the facts, I will know the facts because,
You're gonna do a review.
yeah,
Product review.
yeah.
Okay, I can respect
Because
that.
then it's all tax deductible. Yeah. I no longer own any models. Dice 8 Productions has got a large collection.
Oh, this is, yeah. What we should probably do at this point is start talking about Crown Royal in the hopes that they'll send us a crate. Crown Royal.
Oh dear. Oh, they did get destroyed on the second day. The Hawks actually started hitting Jump Masters and just died.
Right. So that makes sense.
They beat 2 Lawful Rebel builds, 2 Fat Hand builds, and 2 Imperial Ace builds.
Can you imagine how elated you'd be after winning 6 games of X-Wing with your Hawks and then getting crushed the following day with the same build? That's a dick punch right there.
Means I've had a lot of roommates walk around that house naked.
Yay, it's fine, season 1.
I'm not going to ask where or how.
The
I'm just going to assume that your local video rental store had them.
oh, it's just the. I'm sure you can download them on reputable sites by paying money. That's how I assume all transactions are made. It's one of the few ethical things I do. Oh dear. Sorry, guys.
It's picking up Calvin's cold.
Oh no.
There's sniffle all over the mic.
Oh, I just own the overseas. Yeah, I don't really do pirated copies of anything because I have a misplaced sense of what is right. I don't believe any of the adverts about it being funding terrorism and all that stuff. I don't do it for that reason. I just, if I want it, I don't want to.
Chris, do you have those corner marks?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Two will do it.
Oh my god, there's literally like nothing.
I don't ever feel like anything I've ever gotten has been a copy.
This is sick.
I'm not really. I've like watched it now, yeah, whatever. But whenever I get stuff on DVD and it lives on your shelf, you get a book and it lives in your bookcase, and you. It's one of the reasons why I've really slowed down on buying my PC games, and all my PC gaming is because you can't actually buy a PC game anymore.
Yeah.
I do believe eventually, in the not too distant future, you won't be able to buy a game. You'll only be able to buy the right to play it until they stop you.
When we're talking about copyright, we're entering a strange world where until digital copying became a thing, even until audio cassette recordings became a thing.
I copied games on my ZX Spectrum.
Sure.
I had the cassettes in my
But
twin deck player.
The point is that all of commerce had been based on what economists call scarcity.
Yeah.
And with digital copying of things, the business models that copyright holders had was all based on the idea that this is a thing, I'm going to sell it to you, or I'll go and do a thing for you.
Yeah.
And scarcity was either the physical object that you can only produce so much of,
All the skills required.
or the time required. Skills, time, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And so now you can trivially make copies of things, and it just throws corporations' business models for a loop.
It messes with the perceived value as well.
Yeah.
I walked into the Cochrane Movie House yesterday to watch the 9 o'clock showing of X-Men,
Yep.
and there were me and my wife and 3 other people in. It cost me $32.
Yep.
There's a British series which I can recommend to people called Black Books. It has I forgot his name. Dylan Moran is an Irish comedian.
yeah, okay.
Drinks wine, smokes a lot. You'd like him. It's extremely funny, and there is an episode in it where he gets locked out of the store, so he has to go to the cinema. And he has a line of he goes to the confectionery counter, gets his drink and popcorn, and turns around and says, there seems to be a problem. I came here, I got a drink and some popcorn, and now I have no money. And that was the exact thoughts I had, in that me and my wife shared a large Diet Coke and got 2 tickets to a film that you'd think they would want people to be in watching, and that was $40 later.
You know what I recommend when you go to the movie theater is to ask for a cup of water. I'm not sure that they're legally obliged to provide it to you, but they will provide it free of charge. I support movie theaters because they're a weird social experience
Yes.
that you don't get from buying the DVD or whatever, downloading the show. I will freely admit that going to the movies is a special event just because it's so bloody expensive.
Again, I'm going to tangent it slightly, but why do you cheer and clap? You know that it's a pre-recording. That shit's reserved for Broadway shows, where the actors can appreciate your, enjoyment. You sit quietly and appreciate the British way of watching a film. I swear, we were watching Civil War, and I'm trying to listen to what we're talking. And important, you don't know if this is important to the script or not. Can you quiet it down in the back?
You don't cheer at a theater because you'll at the theater. Yeah. Because you'll disrupt the thespians will be disrupted if you do that. If you go to a summer blockbuster movie, it is well within your rights to cheer, stand up, and throw popcorn at the screen, because there is no chance that you will ever derail that film. You might derail everybody else's enjoyment of it, and that's fine, because that's a part of the experience.
Principle of Calgary driving. I'm starting to understand the culture now. It's only taken me 3 years.
That's right. I'm from Vancouver Island. We do things a little differently, but not that differently.
I was a dick today. It was awesome. I was driving into work. I
Tell me
was
these things.
already running late, but I was in the outside lane of the freeway, and I pulled out to overtake a car, and then there was a truck started going slower than the car I was overtaking. So I had to undertake him. So then I pulled back in front of him and drove slower than he was,
Oh no.
and waited until he tried to overtake me, and then sped up. And just kept him, so he could not overtake me, and then slowed back down again. Because, screw you, if you're going to drive slower than the flow of traffic, do it in the slower lanes.
Right. Yep.
My theory on driving is that if what you do on the road forces somebody else to alter what they were going to do on the road, you've done it wrong.
Yeah.
Everyone should have zero impact on anyone else around them.
Yep.
Like right now, you want
You know, I'm sure you know this, but in Germany,
Yeah.
they don't allow what you would call lorries outside of the right-hand lane.
Is it called here? Is it
We call them trucks.
a truck? No, is it not? Oh dear. There's so many different. Yeah, so I call it a truck. It's an Optimus Prime truck,
Yeah.
or a wagon would be the.
Cube
Or
van.
an articulated lorry.
Yeah. That's an Optimus Prime. Yeah.
Which obviously has a flat-fronted man truck.
It should.
It should.
Let's not get into that.
I was so happy when Wahlberg had an old Prime,
Me too.
and then I realised that they hadn't actually given Wahlberg any acting to do.
Yeah.
Because I also appreciate all of the Wahlberg's work, be it Donnie, Mark, or that guy who makes burgers. That is true. In Canada, you can afford to drive like a dick because nobody has a gun in their car.
Yeah.
Don't do it in Jersey.
Texas. Man, I hope Kelvin doesn't fly off the table next round. You got 4 minutes left, boys.
A barrel roll comes in.
asshole.
It's looking good for Calvin.
I killed a ship. Although there's only a 10-point spread right now.
Yeah.
If Kelvin loses a half ship, and I don't believe you've updated the stats. Oh, yeah.
It's nearly dead.
Zekas appears to have taken 0 damage. But then I'm not really sure. It might have been Apocalypse. I haven't been paying
0.
attention to the game. I apologize.
Taking 0 damage. I was also disappointed in the way they portrayed Apocalypse. I was really happy when I saw in the trailer him getting giant,
Oh, yeah.
and then it's all in the Imagination Land.
Well, you know what? Yeah, spoiler alert. I'm glad that they threw in the Imagination Land.
Oh, that
because
was good.
That's a big part of Xavier's,
Yeah,
like,
being able to do anything
yeah.
other than sit down comfortably.
I don't know, that flying chair looks nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Flying Chair.
Yeah. They've never done the flying chair.
I mean, if they could do it in the 70s with the speeder,
Shi'ar technology.
or the Vaseline on the bottom of a camera lens technology.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the issue with the film is that they just think it'll look silly. And didn't they do it once? Yeah, they did it in Days of Future Past.
I'm looking forward to the rumours of the next X-Men being in space.
I have not heard this rumor.
So, but the problem is that you just want the stories you know to happen, and they can't because stupid studios won't just, have a big hug and. It's worse than waiting for Floyd Mayweather to box Manny Pacquiao.
Well, okay, on that note, Sony and Disney having a hug. Awesome. Not everybody loved little kid Spider-Man, but I did. I think it was absolutely appropriate.
The problem with Spider-Man is that there's always been the Amazing Spider-Man, and there's always been
Four different
multiple-
Spider-Man
it's like,
books.
You can tell. I was talking to one of my friends, like, so who's the love interest for Spider-Man?
Gwen Stacy or
Yes, that's
The
that is how
redhead.
you know
Mary Jane.
MJ or Gwen Stacy dies. By the way, spoilers coming up. Gwen
they're-
Stacy dies.
And stays dead for a very long time. Until the 90s, there was 3 comic books characters that were referred to as being always dead.
Uncle Ben,
Uncle Ben,
Captain America,
no, Bucky,
Bucky. Sorry, yeah, Bucky.
and God, I think it was was it a DC guy? I'm gonna let.
Robin always dies.
Oh no, that's right. The first Robin's always been dead since they killed him. That's absolutely
Grayson.
it.
Is it the first
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, Dick Grayson.
And he was the circus performer one, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Or Chris, what was the actor? The terrible one in the Batman and Robin.
I can't remember.
Chris
his name.
O'Donnell?
Chris O'Donnell.
Yes, best Batman ever is not George Clooney.
Thank you.
Nor is it Val Kilmer.
Oh, something just happened. The Inquisitor inquisited his last.
And that should secure the game for Calvin.
And Warrior's about to be sent to the Emperor. Not quite.
That is time. This is your last round.
I feel like if we continue playing this out,
You did.
You did win. You did win.
yeah, I'm just saying, even if you were to continue playing,
Yeah.
like I know I love it.
You-
I still have
you-
sponsorship.
Calvin saying that he would win if they continued playing,
Yeah.
and we're telling Calvin that he would continue winning if they continued playing.
Oh, we could put it over to a desk and just ignore them and carry on talking on about cool stuff, This is why I like it when Bills comes down for a stream. I feel like
We could talk about X-Men for 3 hours.
I forgot what I was talking about. Batman.
Batman. We ended up on Batman.
So I feel my favourite Batman, other than Adam West, is actually my favourite Bruce Wayne is Michael Keaton.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I did like Affleck's Bruce Wayne.
I haven't seen that film yet.
You know,
I
spoilers: Batman and Superman have a fight.
really?
Spoiler alert.
They didn't just resolve their differences through talk.
No, I did not. What's a good Zuckus build that doesn't involve 2 contracted scouts? Zuckus, 1 contracted scout, and a party bus.
Party bus.
Zuckus and IG, and then see if you can get a cheap party bus with the IG crew when it
Oh
comes
yeah,
out.
the party bus. Yeah, the stapler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the party bus is coming.
I,
Party bus.
I was going
I
to
didn't actually
do.
know if that was a song over here.
Yes.
It's okay.
I was going to do a Zuckuss and Dengar list today before I came down, but I just didn't have time to throw it together, and it was too bloody hot for me to do anything other than eat and grab my X-Wing junk. You think these guys want to talk to the folk?
No, I'm quite happy. Well, and I've got you. I can nail agreeing that Michael Keaton is awesome. Batman. My favourite actual Batman is
Man in Suit? Yeah.
was Christian Bale.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I thought his Bruce Wayne was. I didn't.
I think
I think the eccentricity from Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is better.
Okay.
I love it. The scene when he's with Vicky Vale and they're at the opposite ends of a table, and he asks her to pass the salt,
right.
and then they just go down and eat in the kitchen with Alfred. And that entire dynamic and scene's really well done.
Yeah. I liked Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne because he was definitely an older Bruce Wayne, and it was more in line with Frank Miller's Dark Knight series,
Yes.
where he's trying not to be a rich playboy. He doesn't want to do that. All he wants to do is go and punch bad guys. And I thought they did that pretty well, but you also, it gets a little too dark, and I'd rather see.
Do you know what I'm tired of seeing? Bruce Wayne's parents dying. I get it.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, we've got a whole series about that now in Gotham.
I'm pretty sure she was wearing a pearl necklace.
Really?
I think. I'm not 100%. Let me check the 17 different reference points I have for this scene now.
You know, it's an important part of his character, but you can give it a rest at some point.
Yeah. At some point when you're watching Batman 17,
Yeah.
you can establish that the audience knows.
So yeah, we're all tired of origin stories, and that's why I love Little Boy Spider-Man in Civil War, because
There is no,
you just assume that you know all of this stuff. And Spider-Man's been doing cool Spider-Man stuff all on his own, parallel to the Avengers for the last 2 or 3 years, and nobody noticed because he's just a kid in a cardigan, as the British would say. Although we're going to find out that Uncle Ben died in Spider-Man Homecoming,
Yeah, obviously.
which we also don't need another rehashing of.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Spider-Man wrestle again though.
Yeah. Yes. As far as origins go, I think that should always be a part of Spider-Man's origins. When you leave out that he decided to basically become a luchador and kicked gigantic men's asses.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward. I actually liked the last reboot. I've liked every Spider-Man film.
I didn't watch
In fact, no. The portrayal of Venom was terrible.
Yes, thank you.
Terrible. There are too many villains. Venom deserved his own film. Don't ruin it for me.
Thank you. Yes.
That's why Carnage is now my favourite Spider-Man villain. Because, and I get to think of Venom as a hero
Yeah.
instead,
Right.
and I don't have to think about that.
Let's call it a film.
Separation Anxiety, my late uncle did the graphics on Separation Anxiety and Maximum Carnage.
Really?
That's why I own the games. As soon as I moved here, I bought and saw them in the cabinet. I had to buy them.
Oh yeah, nice.
It used to take me. It used to work for Software Creations, and when I was off school in the summer, he used to take me in to do testing.
Awesome.
It was hit or miss. You
Yeah.
know. Some years I get to test good games. Other years I get to test Beauty and the Beast. But if you recall the Beauty and the Beast games, it was a revolutionary thing they did. They released a Beast version for boys and a Belle version for girls. And the one they were testing when I went in was obviously a Belle version.
Right.
I got to test the Barbie game with the volleyball section on it. But the graphics weren't quite right, so it was the same model, but one was just all purple, the other one was like all red.
Right.
so you could tell who was who. That was on obviously the cartridges,
Right.
and they had a giant nuclear box which we had to use to erase the cartridges to put the nuke to reload the games on them.
Oh yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. I worked in the video games industry in the early 2000s. Worked at a company called Radical Entertainment in Vancouver. But that was after the cartridge era. We were working on DVDs, so we'd have like 3-foot tall stacks of last month's build on the testers' desks.
The last game we worked on was Wolverine Origins.
Oh yeah, okay. Wow.
Or Wolverine. It was one of the Wolverine games.
Yeah.
That was on PlayStation 2.
Right, yeah.
That was the last game it was credited on. But yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Lots of interesting memories.
Yeah, that's the main argument against it. Takes away store viability and
So,
functionality. That's a fight that always wants to come. They don't want store. They don't want them to be too good. They don't want
certain ones need Origin. So, back to Origin stories. I want to see the Doctor Strange Origin story. That's
Yep.
fine.
Yep.
The Deadpool one, fine.
Yeah.
I don't need. When Iron Man came out, the
Yes.
number of people who knew who Iron Man was.
Yeah, that's.
Uh,
Part of it was also setting
It was
up-
important to have an origin
Yeah.
for Iron Man.
yeah. And I liked that was what. The thing that really excited me was that I saw the Mandarin come in
Yeah.
that and then it screwed me off.
Yeah, with the 7 rings.
Yeah.
So, on the note of origins, I really love the let's call it switcheroo they did with Ant-Man's origins, where
Yeah, that
Hank
was fun.
Pym was the original Ant-Man, and he's still more or less active in the Avengers comics, but he's been replaced 2 or 3 times by other guys, and having one of those intermediate Ant-Mans and telling his origin story and then saying that there's been an Ant-Man for the entire time that you've been watching Captain America beat up Hitler
Yeah.
or thereabouts.
Hell Hydra.
Let's not get into that.
Don't even talk to me. I'm so sad that it will get retconned. It won't have happened,
Yeah.
or it'll be a what if. It won't be canon, but I'm not a fan.
I think it's going to be some reality bending retcon
Yeah.
to do with the cosmic cube, no doubt.
That's the point.
What do you think of the stupid internet theory of Stan Lee being the Watcher in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? And that's why he's in every film. Across studio.
Oh yeah, I support this theory. Stan Lee just announced that he wasn't going to be doing cons anymore.
Yeah.
So I think if they're gonna do something like that, they need to get on with it.
It's,
What did we watch? I just watched the Thomas Jane Punisher, which is actually a solid Punisher film. That's the second one. There's three modern Punisher films.
yeah.
Dolph Lundgren, the Thomas Jane one.
That's what
Really good.
Oh, on the beach where his family.
Yeah, his family's murdered on the beach
Yeah.
because he pissed off John Travolta.
Yeah.
And then there's Punisher Warzone, which I haven't seen either. But Stan Lee's cameo in the second Punisher film is pretty hilarious. He's just standing there holding his wife, looking shocked.
I like the cameo in Civil War.
Oh yeah,
Tony Stank.
Tony Stank. All of his Captain America ones have been hilarious. When they introduced Captain America, I thought he'd be taller.
I was disappointed nobody died in Civil War.
Well, Peggy Carter died.
To me, the plasma torpedo.
Agent Carter's a pretty good show.
I'm pretty sure we get to finish it. They've got a lot of scope.
If you send him up,
Yeah, I was disappointed too. I saw, and I kind of feel like they chickened out. It looked for all the world like they were going to kill War Machine, and then they said, you know what? He's just crippled for life. It's a war. People get crippled, right?
I think they should have had Clone of Thor shoot a
Oh, God,
lightning
yeah.
bolt through.
Like Tony's been secretly cloning Thor for the last 10 years.
We're just talking,
You guys want to talk about X-Men?
or Spider-Man,
Is there another game?
if you like. In fact, no, it's not another game. It's
it's
25 to 10. No.
Chris hasn't slept in days.
Yeah.
Biggest me.
Anyone have any comments for us?
Yeah, won the last one.
Has anybody got any a good Zuckus build that does not include 2 scouts?
Yeah, there are some of those.
Dengar.
Suckers and Dengar, Bounty Hunter Bros.
Bounty Hunter Bros, that's better than BFFs. But
BHBFFs.
You missed lots of Twitch chat. Nothing pertinent to a game.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Marvel Cinema, so. And Boston Legal, which is, I will repeat, definitely an awesome show.
There you go, Calvin, seal approval.
I'm gonna have
If
to
you're
look it
not
up.
already downloading Boston Legal legally,
Legally.
start soon.
Please do not download shows illegally.
The best Star Wars actors of all time.
So,
Yeah,
so I don't.
I like Patrick
dignify-
Stewart.
I don't
Patrick
dignify.
Stewart in his Twilight years is definitely more like slightly
Okay,
more
I've
serious.
got another question for you. Who plays Ebenezer Scrooge?
Jim Carrey.
Get out.
I actually said Star Wars.
Get out.
To inflame the nerds.
Yeah, we
Oh, you
just
said Star
ignore
Wars.
you. That's another.
No one
good,
can hear
that's
you.
one of my. I like. Joe's dad likes Alistair Pym. Is it one of the original?
Who?
Alistair Pym, I think the actor's name is the original.
Oh, okay. Original?
Yeah, well, obviously, well, from a long time. Not original, because I'm sure Dickens didn't write A Christmas Carol with the casting in mind.
Well, Dickens spent a lot of time at the theater. His stuff was meant to be adapted for
Yeah,
theater.
but I really like Patrick Stewart's portrayal of Scrooge.
Yeah.
But
Bill Murray.
It's also not very likely.
Oh, you didn't like Scrooged?
yeah, I see. You I can Hale agrees with me. Patrick Stewart.
Yeah.
Ways to approach it.
My favourite Christmas film is It's a Wonderful Life. I watch it every Christmas Eve and cry.
My mother hates that film.
Every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings. I just think about Clarence and I get a tear when he's holding Zuzu and he finds his pet. Oh, it feels.
It's
There's a
August.
tear in my eye just now thinking about it.
Chris wishes he was an Australian when Christmas was in the middle of summer.
No, I'm just.
Thing is, like,
I love Christmas. I'm a giant child. I base my entire life on being like. Oh, not Bill Bailey. That's a different actor. Oh no, Bailey Blood in the Walls. God damn it, this is really embarrassing now. George Bailey.
Oh,
Yeah, the main guy of It's a Wonderful Life.
okay, yeah.
He's a nice person, and all of his friends come to his house when he really needs it. So as much as I'm a horrible person to everybody, you know, I like to think.
get out.
If you can get a Christmas card from him, it'll be really sweet.
I actually thought you were going to
I did like. In fact, do you know of Blackadder?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Have you seen a Blackadder's Christmas Carol?
Yes.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Oh man, Blackadder Goes Forth was traumatic for me the first time I watched it
Yeah.
because I had gotten used to them dying at the end of every season. It's so sad
Yeah.
when they all died in season 4.
Well, you have to remember that at the time that was living memory for
Yeah.
people as well.
Yeah.
I remember at school I had to go and interview people who fought in the trenches of World War One,
Oh man, yeah.
and yeah, but awesome show.
Yeah.
The other one I really like is whenever someone says they're a fan of House.
You try and picture Hugh Laurie doing something other than
The Prince
Percy,
Regent.
the Prince Regent. Yeah.
It's so good. I'm a big fan of House. I love Hugh Laurie. He's extremely talented in everything possible showmanship-wise.
I really wanted to love House when I realized that it was Sherlock Holmes, except as a doctor.
Yeah.
But I couldn't get into it. was
it's
too
very
American.
formulaic, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to buy into the characters more than the storylines. And I like Hugh Laurie.
Yeah.
The thing that sells it for me is the music and how
Oh.
the interplay of the music into the episodes when it's him playing his piano. Or,
Yeah.
So you should buy Hugh Laurie's jazz album. Oh, dear. See if I can get that as the background music. I'm sure Hugh would mind.
Maybe if it's Creative Commons. You just have to have a little CC.
A High Lord Executioner. I have a plan so cunning, you could turn it and call it a weasel.
You could brush your teeth with it.
It's a plan so cunning, it could have been fought up by a fox who just finished graduating from the University of Cunning in Cunningham.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to. My favorite Blackadder was the second one.
This coffee tastes like... Oh, dear.
I've always been an advocate of like starting out slow, but once
What did-
someone's like demonstrating.
I think Bob is the most attractive man I've ever laid eyes on.
Bob. What was the one with the witches? Where I think what he says to her is, "Are you the witch who predicts things?" And she said, "How did you know?" "Oh, it's just a wild stab in the dark," which incidentally is what you'll be getting if you don't become a little bit more helpful.
Oh dear. The Witchfinder General. Oh dear. It's all good.
Like, I think it's in bad taste when someone who's never played the game before or like only played one or two games, you don't throw
Okay.
like the top in. Oh, here's all these cards.
A bit of Fry and Laurie.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Yeah, he can be tough to take.
It's very deep.
He's smarter than everybody.
Yes.
And he's probably being an ass about it.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Did you have QI over here? Is that one of the series that made it over? So it's that a game show type thing with celebrity
yeah, I know.
game show. Yeah, it's really good.
Terrence is also a very cut. It's also a very cut.
He tragically accidentally cut his own head off while shaving.
Tom Baker turning up on Blackadder.
Which arm is it?
Yeah.
Which arm is your husband missing, madam? We need to make sure that you are his wife.
Works.
Oh dear. Oh, see, people love QI. It must have made it to America. That's good. Oh, man.
He's very, very.
It's probably on PBS.
Yeah. It's really good. Better than Top Gear.
I just watched the first episode of New Top Gear.
What, mate? No. I've not watched it, but you know what really amuses me? People say, oh, it's all scripted now.
Yeah, it was all scripted before.
Yeah. It's like, really?
Yeah.
You know, wrestling isn't real either.
They did some like real stuff, but it was driving across what wasn't Rwanda, the desert.
Yeah, they were really good, and
Vietnam.
I enjoyed them. But every scene you ever saw in Top Gear, where they're driving over and they're right near the edge, that's fake.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like, no. Just,
The bush doctor when they're driving through the Okavango Delta, and Hammond's car gets flooded up into the floorboards, and their bush mechanic has to come over and fix it, and his solution is that he has a rifle and he shoots a hole in the bottom of his car. Not scripted. You can't script that. And even if it was scripted, it was just too funny.
yeah, and what bothered me is I actually used to like their opinions on cars,
Yep.
and then it stopped being about their opinions on cars.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, there's only so many times I can realise that I'm never going to own a Bugatti Veyron.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really good, but I'm never going to own a Bugatti Veyron. Tell me about that Ford Fiesta again.
Yeah. Well, they did that every week with their reasonably priced car.
Oh, Bacada Talk's over. We're probably going to wrap it up now anyway, guys. Unless you have any more questions, anything you want to know about, you've got a couple of minutes just to throw some stuff in the chat for us to respond to. Hope you enjoyed tonight's show. It's been fun.
If you want to talk about Doctor Who next month, I'm down.
Never watched Doctor Who. Any of them.
The Sentry Box employs two Englishmen who have never watched Doctor Who. My world is crumbling. It's totally fine. You like whatever you like, man.
I also didn't watch the original Battlestar Galactica, really.
Yeah.
So I had a Raider, a Decimator with Vader on it.
Every episode Doctor Who. And I mean, not now past the number of doctors was supposed to be and all that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome because I had my Raider set
Don't put a fan
Doctor Who isn't a story about how space aliens have a certain number of lives. It's a science fiction show about a crazy guy traveling around through space and time.
I never, because I've never watched it, I don't get it.
Yeah.
And it always seems, whenever I see it, it always feels like it's trying to be funny, on a sense that I don't get.
Right.
When what I remember of seeing it as a kid, it always felt scary.
Oh, okay.
So it just doesn't jive with me.
I have seen them now.
I've seen of it. I couldn't tell you. I know there was an old man thing in the Black Dalek thing.
Now we're
or
talking
something.
about Doctor Who.
I don't know. I know we can't go upstairs until they made him be able to go upstairs. And
They could always hover.
the Robo Men,
Cybermen.
Cybermen. That's the one. No, what was it? Was there not some Cthulhu-looking things that were quite scary looking?
Yeah. Monsters.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not really relevant.
I don't know. Stuff. Are you my mummy? I don't know. See, I managed to drag Audio Weasel back in slightly. He said he was leaving.
Have you been fondling your rock for the last hour?
Pretty much. Because I stopped biting my nails. I didn't even realise.
Oh man, yeah. You should get a manicure.
I actually,
Those are nice.
I did trim them,
Oh.
and they've grown back. So
Hey.
I've apparently stopped biting my nails now.
I chew my nails.
Some epic games. Yeah, those are going to be pre-recorded.
It's the most efficient way to do it.
Epic games you could do live. Right, an epic game. You'd
Wow.
have an epic game.
Yeah.
Because it's a perfect opportunity to sit and talk crap like we just have done for.
It's just an hour.
Yeah. Do you want to jump in, Calvin, and we can close the show?
Closing thoughts?
Yeah. So, how do you think Rich is getting on, developing?
He still made a game-losing mistake on the start of that game
Yeah.
when he bumped Omega Leader.
Yeah.
He didn't. He had to spend the first round of combat setting up the token,
Yeah.
and that cost him Omega Leader.
Yeah, because he didn't have the tag up established.
Yep. And I promptly fed him torpedoes. Delicious, delicious torpedoes.
I feel like he's doing well. He puts on a good game.
Yep.
Obviously, he's running a strong list.
Yep.
So.
The thing is, though, like most of the lists I recall seeing fly against him are they're grinder lists. Like he's used to playing against a grindy style of opponent,
Yeah.
and he's not really run into a list that just comes straight at you and throws burst damage in your face.
Yeah.
Like he hasn't had much of the actual efficient ordnance that just suddenly forces you to roll really well on green dice or die.
Yeah.
Like he's never lost a ship that quickly before,
No.
and it threw him completely off balance.
Yeah, once you're a ship down, it shouldn't really affect that list because you've still got 3.
Yeah,
But
you've still
if
got a
you
fair bit
fly
of
them
disruption.
well, you can. I feel like, especially if it's Omega Leader who goes down first, should be rubbing your hands together, quite happy that you've still got the Inquisitor's auto thrusters.
Against the turrets, yeah.
Yeah, try and suck out some torpedoes onto a pulp shuttle while it's doing damage and profit.
Yep. The other side of that, though, is if the pulp shuttle makes a mistake and you can Boba Fett Palpatine,
But
it doesn't feel so good.
The idea is that you want the pulp shuttle to die, leaving the Inquisitor quite
Yeah.
healthy and no
you would
torpedoes.
much rather have the shuttle eat torpedoes, though.
Yeah.
Like, in that matchup, you don't want the Inquisitor to be eating torpedoes, despite the fact that his green dice couldn't seem to miss until the very end.
Yeah.
In general, you don't want to be doing that, because frankly, his green dice were good. And that is almost the only thing that got him out. Like, admittedly, my red dice were fantastic. I mean, on my unmodified torpedo shot, I got the blank focus result.
Yeah.
That is pretty much optimal.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
optimal natural result, so...
I wanted to save your game until the end to build him up and then you can knock him back down. So, all went to plan.
Well, people who have not seen it in action usually tend to underestimate the burst.
But he's played for 3 scout lists.
Yeah,
so
but it was a long time
playing
ago.
it and understanding it are 2 different things.
Yeah. Like, I've seen people grotesquely misplay the list, so...
Yeah. Okay, guys, so nothing else coming in the chat, so we'll say good night. We'll see you next Monday. Thank you.
See you later.